Happy Monday! Fantastic fresh start to the week. I hope we're all doing well. I hope you don't have the Mondays. Whoa! What is happening? There's many things being thrown at me. Oh, it's Cinda! Thank you for resubscribing. 11 months. Oh my god. Are we really 1 month away from it being a year? It'll be a year next month. How is that possible? Did I really start streaming in June? I thought I started streaming in July. What? That's insane. A year of rotation in a month? That's crazy. Every milestone of reaching a month, I feel like I say the same thing where I'm like, what the heck? How did this happen? How did we get here? But honestly, maybe that's just a testament. Like, time flies when you're having fun, and I've been having a great time with it, honestly. It's crazy. Lance, thank you for resubscribing too. Yippee! 9 months! This is crazy. Ayo for sure. It might be that this is for the 11th for... Wait, it might be that this is for the 11th month? Yeah. This is the start of the 11th month. Whoa! So the start of the 12th month will be, yeah, next month. It'll be a full year at the end of that 12th month. But that's still crazy. That's crazy. How does this happen? Wild. No subtitle? Oh, yeah, hang on. Where is my subtitles? Hello? Where are my subtitles? That's a great question. Thank you for letting me know. Where are they? Hello? My sources. It says they're here. And it says they're turned on. Oh wait, or are they not? Are they not here? That's so weird. Did I delete it somehow? That's so strange. Hang on. I can put my subtitles back in. Ah, Selma! Welcome back for 11 months too! Yippee! Major rotation here today. Just from our re-up and we're almost through level 1 of a hype train. That's crazy. Hang on. Where's my scene that has my... Where's my closed captions? Hello? Oh! I can't find it. This is so weird. What? Is it gone? Speech bubble. Yeah, speech bubble. Where's my speech bubble? Been almost 10 months it became a mod. Wow. Yeah, when did I start having mods that weren't just Billy? How long ago was that? I feel like that was that August or September maybe? I feel like it was August or September. Where my speech bubble is turned on, but it's just not here? Oh, here it is. I'm so silly. Do you know where it was? It was hanging out off screen. You know what that means? I think this bubble has been gone in our just chatting since my collab with Yam. Edward, thank you for the bits. Choo choo. We had to complete the level. There we go. Oh, Ryuko, 10 months, yippee! Yay! Shumi rotation. 10 months of Shumi rotation. Wow, it's crazy. I feel like we have something to celebrate almost every month here, which is wild. We just did a celebration. Was that April or March? I think it was March for 2 years of Squiiji existing. Do we celebrate also in July for a year of Squiiji streaming, or do we wait and celebrate in October for a year of Squiiji partner? I don't know. Got confirmation you on the 28th, presumably began my duties the start of August. Wowie time. For real? Oh my gosh. Wowie time! Oh my god! That's crazy. Okay. Also, if you can't tell, I think I'm finally almost back to full power. My tummy issues have mostly been solved, thank goodness. I took a good long rest over the weekend. I had to work on some projects, but I took a long rest over the weekend. I have never slept so much. Jovi was out of town, so I was like, you know what? Good time to catch up on my Snork Memes. I tried to watch To Be Hero X on Friday night and fell asleep at like 8 p.m. and then slept all the way through until 5 a.m. And I think I needed it. So I am at least partially recovered. Finally recovering from having burned myself out a little bit, taking on too many big things I was doing, and I think I'm ready to full steam ahead back into my miscellaneous strange projects I've been doing. Yeah. But, Shroomates, take care of yourselves. Please take care of yourselves. Don't get to the point where you have to sleep for an entire weekend. Don't get to the point where you need to hibernate before you take care of yourselves, before you snark me. Please do as I say, not as I do. Why not both? Celebrate both. Both is good. See, I don't know how to celebrate things as a VTuber. How do you celebrate things as a VTuber? Every time we do something, I'm like, what do I even do? Because every week I plan as like a new things I'm excited about kind of thing. Like there's never a dull week for me. Never a dud of a week. So how do I do more exciting things? I like don't know. I don't want to just like be like, new outfit. I guess that's an option always. And I do have a new outfit in the works right now. I say, as if I'm not the one working on it. But maybe for my partner anniversary, I can do something for it. I don't know. If there's specific things you guys want me to do, maybe we could do that. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe finally, I'll finally have a functional Minecraft server for you for 1 year EG streaming anniversary. I wanted to have that done for my 2 years of Squiiji existing anniversary in March, but I didn't manage to. There's a lot more that goes into making a Minecraft server nowadays than I thought there was. Yeah. Wanted to stream, but that's about it. You know, fair. Thankfully, I usually succeed on that one. I would say, can we maybe tally across my year of streaming how many sick days I've taken? I think I've taken, other than I took off a week to move, and I took off a couple days to move again, I think. And then I took off Christmas, I took off like 2 or 3 maybe like migraine and or tummy ache days, but I feel like I've hardly missed any streams in this whole year I've been here. Like 3 practically in terms of sick. Yeah, like very few. I'm amazed at my own attendance. Which is to say, should I be? Because I think when I was teaching for the 3 years I was teaching, I think I missed like 10 days total across 3 years. I'm pretty dedicated. I don't like missing things. I get FOMO of my own things. I hate having to put stuff off that I had planned to do. It really gets inside my brain, so I'm like, just do it. Just stream anyway. You may feel like 80%, but just do it anyway, because it will make you feel better to stream, which is true. It does work. It does make me feel better. Oh. Yoringo Mask, thank you for following. I missed no days. Yeah, hang on. I wish there was a way that my here counter would count how many times you'd redeemed it, because there has to be a way for me to check permanent attendance, but yeah, I think Selma and Ruruku have perfect attendance, as far as I know. Well, there is a way? Is there a way? What is the way? How do you check? To tell if people have been here for every single one. Like, I know some people, like I know like Game Loser and Moss Cake and Amber, like there's a number of you who hardly ever miss a stream. I see you day in, day out, every single day, and I'm honored that you're willing to spend so many days with me. I think about that often. Choo-choo, yeah! Oh, we spilled the tea! I really don't have any tea to spill for you, I have no drama. But it is crazy. Technically miss days, but I always pop in, even if for a few minutes, wherever I am. Yeah, that's what I mean, you guys like appear, even if just momentarily. There's never a day that you're missed. Like, I do note who all is here every day. There are always, I've seen other streamers have something like that. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to set that up, maybe. So that way, at least, maybe I set that up starting at like my 1 year, and then from then on, you know, clean slate. It's a new school year, and then we take attendance from there. Maybe we'll see. Clan redeem is proof of my existence. That's true. Shrinking is usually proof of Ruruku's existence. I know you guys exist. Only logged in on my home PC, so I miss if I'm not home. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. I know Wire figured it out. Oh, I wonder if it's a Moobot thing. It might be a Moobot thing, potentially, or like a bot thing.
They'll pay
I don't know.
for this.
They'll pay for this. Hi, Mikey. Hi, King Mikey. What's up? What are they paying for? Yearly attendance leaderboard. Yeah, yeah. Yearly attendance leaderboard. Also, I noticed there's a new leaderboard. It's a clip leaderboard. I don't know how it's ranking them. Is it ranking them by views? I don't know how it works. Alive to Thrive is winning at the top of the clip leaderboard. I noticed it like last week. It may have been around longer than that, but I haven't noticed it. Interesting. I can figure out later if you'd like me to find it. Don't worry about it. If Wireflames has it figured out, maybe I'll just bug Wireflames myself. I don't want to give you tasks to do. I'm honored if you would like to, but I don't want to make you do tasks. I can pester Wireflames about it, mayhaps. Or I'm honestly, you know what? I'm probably pretty sure that Google would help me also, maybe. I mean, doing tasks is my job. I guess. I don't know. You're doing this out of the kindness of your heart and you volunteer to assist me. I feel bad asking you to do anything more than you already do, which is to say thank you for all that you do already. Can we all rotate for Amber and for all of our mods here? They work very hard. They do a lot. All of the times I check the Discord server and go through all of the channels to make sure everybody's behaving every single day. Every single day. I do it at least twice a day. And Amber beats me to any amount of moderation every single time. So I gotta say, you're quick with it. You and Baroque are running a tight ship in the Discord. Even like Selma and Alive to Thrive are somehow almost Discord mods at this point, because never is there a time where I actually have to do any moderation of anything. I will like snoop in there and like look for something, like just to see everybody's behaving, and everything is already taken care of. If there was anything I was gonna say anything about, it's already dealt with. It's such a relief. It's so nice. Make Amber take a vacation day. Oh, I don't. We can make Amber take a vacation day. Make Amber go on vacation. We can make all of the mods take a vacation. I've had a few. See, there you go. Okay, I'm glad you're resting also. Glad it's almost summer. Your streams are almost always during class. I do apologize for that. I know I do stream during work hours for a lot of you if you're on the East Coast. But that's because I have to stream during my own work hours kind of also. It's okay, I provide Amber with therapy. Shroommate to Shroommate support. I'm glad you're looking after each other. Had a vacation the other week, which was like 3 days. 3 days counts for something. 3 days is good at least. That's a start, yeah. I just watch EG on the clock. I'm honored. I'm honored that you watch EG on the clock. I will say, I watch a lot of Vtubers on the clock also, which for me, I work from home, so that's maybe not as crazy. But when I was teaching, the number of times that I would have my phone in my pocket lurking on something with one headphone in while I was just like monitoring the studio. I've done it too. I have also done it. Many a miscellaneous, it'd be like a Yomi stream or someone else's stream, and I'd be lurking, listening in. I snoop, no one's safe. Maybe not the smartest thing to do while I'm teaching. How do you describe my exact setup right now? Yeah, how did they know I was doing anything other than listening to music? They didn't. I did, however, at one point in time, have, when I was in class, whose stream was it? I think it was for, oh, it was Avalon Cup. It was, oh wow, that was a year ago. It was for, there was a Valorant Cup that was hosted by FSPEN, and I was listening to one of them. Well, I don't remember even what match it was, but it did come out loud, which is always my greatest fear, is that whatever I'm listening to goes into the real world because it doesn't connect to my headphones properly, and it did go out loud. Nothing unusual was said, to my great relief, but I did have the moment of, you cannot, let me tell you this, teachers, you cannot reveal to your students that you have interests. Let me tell you. You cannot reveal to your students that you like anime, or that you know what VTubers are, or that you know any of that, because the moment you do, they're like sharks, they smell weakness. They will derail you on purpose, intentionally. If my students ever found out that I like Trigun or something like that, the ability for which they would have to derail me would be too strong, because they already would derail me without even knowing those. Lose respect? Yeah, I don't know if it's losing respect so much as just finding a way to manipulate me. No, don't write this down. No, don't write this down. No, why are you trying to use things against me right now? Don't do that. We would? No. So I have to keep it a closely guarded secret. So when they were like, oh, what are you watching? I was like, a podcast. I'm listening to a podcast. You can't let them know that you play video game. You can't let them know. I always get respect when I learn a teacher likes something I like. See, you're the good kind. You're the good kind. Students are like sharks. They smell weakness and they use that to their advantage. My students definitely, because I did make a mistake. What even did I say? I made a mistake in knowing something they were talking about at some point that I think, oh, wait. Honestly, the worst thing it could have been. I made a mistake. I acknowledged an understanding of Danganronpa. That's what I did. That was a mistake. Because that does shift the way your students think about you when you acknowledge being aware of something. I know Danganronpa. I watched the anime for Danganronpa. I'm familiar. I know it exists. I know of the ye old Tumblr, what is his name? Komeda. I can't actually tell you the full statement because it's inappropriate, but the one. I know my Tumblr people are probably aware of what that was. I know what that is. I've been there. But I think all I did was acknowledge an understanding of something they said, and they were like, oh. And then those two would never leave me alone. Ever again. Never leave me alone. And not in like the endearing your students like respect you and like you and want to talk to you about things they care about way. No. In the way of, I'm teaching a different class and they are trying to come into my office. You can't be doing that. When you acknowledge being a human. Yeah, don't acknowledge being human in class in front of your students. They will eat you alive. Mythic! Welcome back! Yippee! 7 months! Yippee! I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate, Mythic. Shred House Screen, thank you for following too. But yeah, wild. When I worked at school as a teacher's aide, I made the mistake of acknowledging FNAF. Yeah, that's another one. I played so dumb. My students came back from seeing the FNAF movie and were like, E.G., did you see the FNAF movie? And I said, the what? I knew it exists, but I said, the what? And they were like, oh, you don't know what that is? Okay, and they were talking about stuff. That was when they told me that if I was a FNAF, I would be the Springtrap. And I had no idea what that meant, genuinely. AG, what kind of students are you dealing with? 18-year-olds at art school. I think that answers the question fully. I think that actually tells you all you need to know. I love my 18-year-old art students who genuinely are very silly guys for the most part, but man, they are something because they're just at that age where they don't respect authority anymore. And it is also their first like glimpse at freedom that they're experiencing at the same time. So they do weaponize both of those things against me as best as they can. It's something. And then also I do like that role because since it's the first time they get to be out in the world, I get to be the guiding voice of, hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm your teacher who is non-binary and very chill with everything and is also very obviously neurodivergent. So my students at least know it's a safe space for them to be all of those things. But they do also weaponize that against me as well, whenever given the opportunity. It's a give and take, it's a give and take. Many eggs cracked probably in class, however, they're mean to me. They were so mean to me sometimes. Love teaching, but I am taking a break for it for good reason. Art-focused students in art school or just the art department of a big school? We had a very focused art department, and I was teaching within that art department. The school wasn't that big that I'm talking about for this one specifically. Bad eggs? No. Have you never heard the phrase, egg, like cracking an egg as far as figuring out gender identity? I taught in a very conservative area, so it was very interesting how many of my students had never even heard of anything outside of the gender binary. They had no idea, which you would think like art students, right? Like you would think they've been somewhat exposed to that some way, somehow, somewhere online. But for a lot of them, you know, they are a freshman. They would have me on like their first or second day of class for like an intro class, like figure drawing or like whatever may have you. And I would, you know, I introduce myself and immediately I'm like, all right, my pronouns are they, them. And we do that, like go around and say that. Yeah, used for trans people, yeah. It's used not just for trans people, but also non-binary, which I guess is technically a form of trans, however we may have it. But, it would always be so funny watching students be puzzled because it's the first day. They're forced into my conventions. Even if they don't like it, even if they're an anti, like, pronoun or whatever kind of person, they're forced in by the conventions to give me their pronouns lest they look like a fool in front of the whole class on their first day. I use my powers for good only. But it was interesting, where by result, I think I did open at least some minds, maybe. Just because I made it a very normal thing, but yeah. Fantastic, learned to decorate cakes and make good ice cream, huh? What are you talking about? Sounds like fun. Oh, wait, hang on. Had a fun freshman college experience. My art history and chemistry teacher had a collab, final exams. We made homemade cakes and ice cream? What the heck? That sounds fantastic. When I was in high school, when I took AP Chem in high school, we got to make marshmallows on the Bunsen burners and we had a waffle making day. and those were both related to like chem concepts. But I never got to have a collab, like teaching collabs like that. I would have loved that because I was also a chem student. I was getting dual degrees in undergrad for organic chem and art. I got to be treated like a crazy person in both departments. The chem people would be like, oh, e.g. draw our diagrams, we'll handle the math. No, I can do math, I can do calculus. I took up to Calc 3, I'll have you know. I can do quantitative analysis, watch me. And then in chem, or in art, they would always be like, e.g., can you calculate my border sizes? It's like, my guy, it's arithmetic. It's arithmetic. Just count. It's just counting. No, you do it. Organic chem yuck. You take that back right now. You take that right back right now, mister. You take that back. I like organic chem, I'll have you know. I know organic chem is like the haha, like hee hee, one that we all hate on. Organic chem, it's evil, it sucks. No, it doesn't. I love it. I love drawing little diagrams. I love synthesis. I love problem solving. It's fantastic. I love it. New plan, threaten unruly students with calculus. The funniest thing I think I ever did when I was teaching was, it was in one of my printmaking classes. I had a student who was doing quantitative analysis in class, and I just like over their shoulder was like, hey, you missed like in like step 2, you should have had something else. Or like I just had to tell them that they had a number in the wrong spot, and the terror with which they looked at me. Never have I felt more powerful. It's very cool to know skills in areas that people don't expect. I think she did respect me a lot more after that, because she was one of my better students, but it was like one of those things where I gleaned a little bit of trust from her. It was interesting. Only got a little okay. Wish I could have done more, but I couldn't justify taking more as an elective. Yeah, I also willingly didn't take fast track OChem. My university offered, even though I was an OChem, like that was my like concentration, you could have taken fast track OChem, which was like 1 course. It was like it was 2. You could have taken it in 1 course or 2 or 4, and I took it in 4 because I wanted to have a more thorough understanding, and because you only really got into like very specific, I wanted to get into polymer synthesis nonsense for art restoration reasons, and the only way you got to get in depth in that was through the like extended track. And every single other chem student in my classes were like, what is wrong with you? Why are you out doing, like, we're OChem students, you're an art major, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to yourself? Because I like suffering, because I also like OChem. I've forgotten probably about 2/3 of it, but that's okay. I still have my textbook, so I could really refresh it if I wanted to. But if you need help on your organic chem homework, I still know a lot of synthesis. Yeah. Already split between engineering department, art department, and comp sci. Oh lordy, that does sound like a lot for sure in every way. I was doing art history, and I have an art history minor, so I was doing art history and printmaking and drawing and bronze casting. I pretty much had 3 concentrations, and then also OChem. And the only reason I could do that is because I had a lot of AP credits coming in from high school, so I skipped probably almost all of my gen eds going into college. That's the only reason I could have so many degrees and graduate in 4 years. It's not even that I have that many degrees, it's just a lot of different weird like concentration things. But it is funny seeing just how many like VTubers are the way that I am also. Why are so many of us like weird overachievers who get too many degrees? Like I feel like I just saw some of the Hollow Stars have like 3 degrees or something. Technically I have 2, 3, I don't really know how it counts. I have a BFA in printmaking. I don't really count that because I have an MFA in printmaking. But I still have a degree in organic chem as well. I don't know how it works. Interesting. Funky Stickman! And something, alright, thank you guys for following. Zombie literature was an option? What the heck? What kind of cool school did you go to? That's crazy. Live in static, dynamic calc, and inorganic chem, love being an engineer. See, I don't like inorganic chem as much. I was okay with it, I was okay at it, but I can understand. Split between game dev and cultural anthropology. Whoa, that's an interesting combo. What are our wackiest degree combos? I feel like me having organic chem and art is a wacky combo, but like game dev and cultural anthropology, that's an interesting combo as well. What the heck? Gets several uni degrees, becomes internet clown. Well, you know, it's tough out there right now. Man, it is tough out there right now, let me tell you. Despite having a quantity of degrees, it can be quite hard to find something to do for work in those degrees. Especially, the thing they don't tell you, getting a master's degree opens doors. But man, does it close doors. I cannot just like work at like a drugstore or like a grocery store. They won't hire me. They will tell me I'm overqualified every time. So if I wanted to get a part-time job to help make ends meet, I can't. It's quite frankly not on the table. It's so strange. And I think it's because like they don't want to hire somebody who they can't mold into how they want someone to be, or that they think they'll have to pay more or will have higher standards or whatever it may be. But I have been rejected from just like miscellaneous little jobs using the exact phrasing of overqualified too many times. Could you leave it off your resume? I guess, but like, you know, maybe I should. Maybe I should just lie. Maybe I should lie and not tell them that I have a master's degree. Yeah, we think you'll leave. We don't know if we can control you. Yeah, I think they're assuming that I will go somewhere else once I find a use for the master's, but maybe I should lie by omission. Maybe I should just get rid of it. Might ask about the gap. That is my concern though, because there's no way I can make sense of my teaching history. Like, it wouldn't make sense to them that I've taught at university without having the degree that lets me teach at university. And if I didn't have that, those things, the teaching at university and all the things I did while I was getting my master's, I would have a 3 to 4 year gap in my, resume, which would be strange. Unless I filled it just with, self-employed freelance work, but freelance work doesn't help you get those kinds of jobs anyway. Wild. I feel like that's a slippery slope there, where by starting it with like one lie by omission, I'd have to have 10 other lies by omission. And I'll tell you a secret. Joby makes fun of me for this. I am the worst liar known to mankind. I can't even do a little white lie. It doesn't work. My tone gives me away immediately. Joby always figures out what their freaking birthday or like Christmas gift is, because I just can't. Joby will like mention something offhandedly about it, and the tone, I don't even have to respond. There'll just be like a look on my face, and Joby's like, oh, thank you, I'm glad you got it. Ah! No poker. No, I can't. It's so hard. I'm not good at it. Stick your qualifications in your CV and not mention it, see if they actually read them. No, they do definitely always read it. They do definitely do. Man, yeah, I feel weird about lying about resume stuff. I have a solution, and thankfully I'm financially stable enough that I don't need to get a part-time job right now. I might want to one of these days, but I'm surviving right now. Not thriving, but I am surviving. Whew. But that is just the thing to let you all know. Yeah, it's tough. Finding art career here is hard, either freelance, marketing, or no qualification jobs. Yeah, it's rough kinda everywhere. It ain't easy, unfortunately. Truth in this economy. Yeah. Went to college for special effects makeup, very fun, but hard to find a job now, especially with how many movies use CGI. Oh no, I didn't even think about that. Darn, that's rough. I saw somebody else earlier said something about an interesting job intersection. Music major, ended up in IT and tech writing. Wow. All of us arts and humanities people are like, I have my degree in the arts, but I had to go to the humanities. Also the kind of market where if you have a job, you get a death grip it. Yeah. Friends makes a living doing commission work for indie video games. See, that is a piece of my puzzle. I have like 8 different job descriptions right now. I do 3D modeling, I do art consultation, I do freelance character design, I do freelance and also contract game dev miscellaneous stuff. I'm a Vtuber. I mean, they're all related parts of the puzzle, but it is like, man, taxes are questionable because it's like, I got like 10 different sources of income. So reporting is a pain in the butt. I also sell things for my MFA work and like my printmaking work. I sell at fairs, which makes me a lot of the money I survive on kind of all at once at one point in the year. Like I'm all over the place. Everything is everywhere. It's a lot to balance, but it is worth it. It's worth it because I can live the life I want to live. It's tough. Anyway, we can just put it all under the same EIN. A lot of it is under the same one, but some of it can't be because some of it, I have an LLC that is Squiiji, and I have work that is under my like legal name and information. So like some of my game dev stuff and that portfolio is locked away from Squiiji, as is my like printmaking work and my fair and festival kind of like selling stuff for printmaking. So they do have to be kept separate, unfortunately. I do have an LLC though. I am Squiiji Incorporated. Dang, sucks we can't buy that. I'll make you guys some printmaking that you can have, but I can't give you my other stuff because I would prefer you to not have my full legal detail, if at all possible. I did have to talk to Jubby though about, because when we appear at Otakon, I'm wearing a mask and I will also be in cosplay probably, so I won't be visually me. I was like, Jubby, are you okay with the fact that you're gonna look like you? I was like, you're not planning to do anything with like dressing up or anything. Eegee's an indie, they're corpo. That's not true. I'm still independent. I don't have any employees. It's just me. That's not accurate. No, I'm not indie. Or no, I am indie. I'm indie. No. I would love to have some sort of backing at some point. I would love to have some sort of management, and then I think then I would be not indie. But no, Gary does not count as an employee because I don't pay him. He's my son. Gary doesn't even do work. He just hangs out. Look at his vacant eyes. Do you think this man is doing work for us? I don't think so. His job description is just to hang out. That's it. Independent corpo, corpeg. Clip that? No. What are you clipping? What do you mean? What did I say? You don't need to do that. Corpeg. Entirely possible somebody could acquire Squiiji stuff, then acquire legal name, but distinct from Squiiji stuff and not know. Yes, it is. It is actually very, very, I think, low-key, I think somebody at
My job is to lick concrete. I am very good at it. Everyone in my field loves me. D.
Good work, man. Good work. I'm proud of you. Everyone in your field does love you, Gary. I like that I can give him a little head scratch. Don't lick concrete, though. It's not your job. It's not in the description. Don't worry. I think there is one person.
I work very hard. Woo, being a mascot is not easy.
Ooh. Gary said ooh. I know it's not easy, Gary. I know
Hey
you're doing
guys,
your best.
Gary here. Eegeee. Parent. Can we talk about getting a raise, or a nice little rocky road that's just rocks instead of ice cream?
You can have ice cream, Gary. We got ice cream on Friday. What do you mean? You can't make the good people think that I mistreat you. You can't do that, please. I am a good and responsible parent. I take you on nice outings. We went on a hike over the weekend. We did get ice cream on Friday. Like, you can't tell them these things. They're lies. I'm terrible at lying, but I guess Gary's good at lying. You keep him from the cement? No, he wants the rocks. You can't have it. You can't have the rocks, Gary. I don't permit it. There's better, more nutritional things for you to have. I cannot have you getting malnourished, or the Shroomates are gonna call like child protective services.
Mother, I crave fish crackers and concrete.
I'm glad you said fish cracker correctly. You can have those at least. I'll give you those. I'll give you fish cracker. They're right here, Gary. Gary, fish cracker. Gary, fish cracker. Fish. Shroomates, fish cracker. Can you hear them? I just dropped 4 on the floor. I'll keep them away from the cement, don't worry. There we go, fish. I had another thought that I was trying to think of, but now I can't. Oh, I was gonna say, there is someone who accidentally kind of revealed to me without intending to reveal to me that they know who I am.
Nom nom.
Which was a little bit scary, but they haven't connected the dot, so therefore, I don't know. Did I tell you? Wait, hang on. Well, it's a different story. Did I tell you that I found out that I taught someone who I know in the VTubing sphere? Did I tell you that? Have I told that story? I can tell it very quickly here.
What's up, gamers? Gary here. What Eegeee doesn't know is that by day I am on this stream being the most adorable thing, but by night I am the CEO of a very important corporation that I am not at liberty to discuss about due to an NDA.
Gary, why would you even tell us that much? What do you mean? Why would you even tell us that much? Now I'm wondering. What were you doing, Gary? What are you the CEO of? Gary, what are you doing? I guess I have no clue what you do at night when I go to sleep. Do mushrooms sleep? What? That's interesting, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Is it construction? Maybe it is construction. My CEO is under NDA? Yeah, that's a good question. Gary, how are you under NDA if you're the CEO? It means you're in charge. That means you're in charge of the NDAs. You put yourself under NDA? You're not permitting yourself to say that? Do mushrooms sleep? Asking the real questions. I asked this question earlier. I saw somebody say they're watching Vil on one monitor and me on the other. Vil proclaims that his one of his greatest skills as an owl is being a day owl. I asked the question in response, do mushrooms sleep? This question relates to me. I sleep, but I don't know if mushrooms sleep generally. What does it mean to be awake as a mushroom? I don't have the answers. But anyways, I did accidentally have a point in time where somebody who is in the VTuber sphere, I was in a server with them and they were talking about their experience in school, and just they said a couple really, really specific things about a professor they had and about the school itself. Hello, bugs. I need my neck where it is. I can't tell the story if you're doing that to me. You're distracting me. I can't talk normally when my windpipe is getting spiralized and unspiralized. Windpipular torsion. Don't do that to me. My head needs to stay right where it is firmly planted here. I don't want it to get lost. But they had mentioned a couple times, like, just really specific things. And at some point I was like, did you go to school name? And they were like, yeah. I was like, wild. And then they messaged me and were like, I thought your voice sounded familiar. I was like, nah! I was like, what do you mean? They were like, I thought your voice sounded familiar. I was a TA for a class they were in at the university, and Billy knows them also, which is just insanity. Crazy. Such a strange small world. It's so odd.
Hey Wall Lickers, Gary here. I was taking a nap just now, so I missed the beginning. But I'm assuming Squiiji didn't take roll, so here I go. Bug 1 to 4, sugar isn't a good way to floss teeth. You umo o sheep, rice riku, can't be thriving if you're dead. T-Rex I think, Raiden Shogun from hit game Genshin Impact. What do you mean we don't have the rights acquired?
Wait.
Bun. Okay, I'm gonna slobber some delicious concrete ambrosia salad with ketchup. Bye.
What? Gary is trying his best to do roll, but he's calling all of you something adjacent. And I'm gonna say a question of, are you kidding me? Is this how I realized that Mythic Shogun's last name is Shogun because of the Hoyoverse? Is this how I figure this out finally and put those pieces together? Did not just get hit with the Raiden Shogun. Is that why your name is that? Did I never figure that out? Did I never put that together? It is not. Oh, okay. I see. It would be very funny if it was. You're known around these parts for being a Hoyo enjoyer, so isn't her last name or her title? No, I know it's her title, but there's a number of you who have names that relate to media that I don't know. I don't recognize the media impact. I forget that Nilo, despite me thinking that's your name, Nilo is the character you like, or like, there's any number of you who have names that are like that I don't figure out. Any from another company? Huh? It's from the Shogun battleship from Command and Conquer Red Alert 3. Ah, okay, I see. Different reference, but still a reference nonetheless. I see. But yeah, so Gary distracting me. Small, terrifyingly small world, finding out you live within a couple hours of VTubers, or literally you taught them. So strange. So if any of you recognize my voice, keep that to yourself. I've heard I have a very, very distinct way of talking, so if any of you recognize it, yeah, keep that to yourself. Don't give me a heart attack. I don't need it. Completely original. Don't know how much time of a name it is. Absolutely, you have a very good, very silly name. I love the double ooh. Good double ooh. But let me actually for realsies take roll. Gary, I appreciate the effort, but you really gotta figure out how to call them by the right name. You've met me? No, you didn't. Well, that won't be true anymore. That's not true. If you've met me, some people met me in VR chat. That counts as meeting me. And then some of you might get to meet me at Otakon in August. Hello. Funny seeing you here. I will now conduct the taking of the roll. Who is here? Andromeda, Cotton Candy Floss, Rex, Bugs, Edward, you Fireblood, you Flora. How dare you rotate your god? That's not very kind of you. That's maybe even disrespectful. Bun Cal, Mikara, Limmy Arcane, Star Heron, Absolutely, Ren, Amber, Incinda, Corey, Mad Buns, Judeabu, Randaniel. I see you. I see you even if you don't know that I can see you. I'm always watching. Little Chai Latte. Gotta sort through all the Spingies. And a Rosemarie. Vixenfield. Mini Karma, YouTube Shroomates, Callie, Game Loser, Ruka, Pumpkin Toss, Alsu, Soul Kingdom Creator, Marcelina. Hello. Type of stuff is the reason why I'm always out of points. Well, I mean, I do accept your humble offering of summoning me here. I do appreciate that at the very least. I appreciate that you're willing to put yourself out of your spore points and reduce the ability to, you know, able to obtain goods and services like rotate or spin or fishcracker or things like that. I'm appreciative of the fact that you would spend your hard-earned spores for just a brief glimpse at your god. But why? Why have you called me here today? I'm a spy. Lurkers, don't worry, I see you. Moss Cake, don't worry, I see you. You're noted. You're taken down for a roll. VOD watchers, you're always noted as well. Don't worry, I see y'all. Even if it seems like I may have no eyes right now, know that it's because I actually have more eyes than you can fathom right now, and I've shut them away. So that you don't have to witness the terror that is me, the way that it is. Every single one of these fish crackers is watching you, and each of them has 2 eyes at least, if not more. Oh man. Using my arms in this form is actually quite challenging. You know, as a god, I usually can just use my teleportation magic or my telepathy or something to just levitate things and not have to touch them, but I do have to use my arms from time to time, and they are a little strange, kind of crab-like. Did you just watch me deflect that follow also? Allie's crunk, I appreciate your offering of a follow to me. I did deflect it. Did bounce right off of me. Right off my hand. Sorry, Elder God, but need for this a meme? What meme do you need? Don't meme your Elder God. No, I don't know about that. Blame Panda and Bun for my follow. I appreciate it. I will blame them heavily. Hello, VOD watchers of the future. I'm gonna take a sippy of Gate of Raid. Even your Eldritch Lord does need to do things to, restore function to driest of mouths. Throw hands at me, all you like. It does nothing. You can't bother me. I am safe here. Don't ask, crazier than this usually. Yes, this is remotely tame, if I do say so. This is remotely tame. Despite the offering of goo and offering of crackers and whatever is going on right now with me, this is remotely tame. This is not as high of an energy as we often are. And today is the first day where I have permitted EG, me, Eldritch EG, I have permitted regular EG to yap for almost a full hour. You know, they kind of needed it. They needed to get some yap out of their system. They needed to just talk freely. So we have it. We'll lock in once EG returns. But right now I've locked EG outside of the house. Even the Eldritch needs a drink. You don't want to see a dehydrated Cthulhu. Yeah, could you imagine a dehydrated Cthulhu? I feel like that would be quite like shriveled up and wrinkly. Not fantastic. I don't want to imagine what that would look like. Wow. The most unbothered scream as you throw my very strange corpse through the sky. Please don't do that. Not very nice. I feel like every different Eldritch EG has a different personality. This Eldritch EG is a little more benevolent than others, but is still just very tired. Have a great day. Thank you. Same to you, Ruka. I appreciate that you're offering me still so many snacks and delicacies here. I see you guys have been well trained since the last time I visited. Previously, it was mostly throwing things at me that were not in a kind manner, but now it is at least mostly just snacks that are offered. You are filling up my room with delicious, delicious things. Hi, Ruka, also on Twitch now. Oh? Hello? Ow? Hi? Hello? Hi, Shroomates. What's going on? What's up? Do I need to take roll still? I think I already, did I take roll? First couple weeks I thought that WoW was a sound clip tied to the launch. No, it is just me. What launch? What do you mean? My wow! 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 Welcome back. Thanks. I'm back. Did you miss me? Glorp. Multicolor. I have fish crackers attached to my face now. Almost like a shelf mushroom growing off the side of me. Let's go to the place where we were supposed to be. Here we are. Oop, I gotta do a little. There we go. All good. which Eldritch EG is the most malevolent? I would say that Fishcracker God EG has been documented to be the most level-headed. I would say that the one we had where Eldritch EG's head was on the floor is probably the most unhinged one. That's probably the most chaotic one. I don't know which one is the most evil though, just off the top of my head. It might be Ladder. It might be Ladder EG. It might be Boothead. Boothead EG might be the most evil, but I'm not sure. But I'm happy to be back. Did you miss me? Let me eat a fish cracker. And also stretch. Ugh, spine. Okay. Look! This week, for our rubric, we have Selma's rubric-chan. Look at her! She looks like a camp counselor to me the longer I look at her. She looks like, you know, she's taking her notes on her clipboard of what activities they have to do. She's dressed up for like one of those like sleepaway camps that you spend at like school or something. Did any of you ever do those where your school would have a camp that was like a sleepover camp and you ended up sleeping on cots on the floor in the classrooms? Did any of you do that, or was that just like a me thing? I went to a science camp at my elementary school. I think when I was a 5th grader that was like that. Prefect? Oh, maybe. Maybe that's what she is, potentially. Guess my Warhammer orcs think purple is the sneakiest color. Guess why? Purple is the sneakiest color. Is it because purple at night, when light dims, purple is the wavelength of color that we lose visibility of first? Is that why? Red travels the furthest. You can see usually... Is it red? Yeah, is it red that you see the longest? When lights dim? Or is it the opposite? Am I misremembering that? Is that why? That's my guess. Something, something, wavelengths of light, something, something. Yeah. We did that once and put a fish in the toilet. No, did not do that. Did a sleepaway camp and cried myself sick? No! Oh, I loved going to sleepaway camp. My sister and I would go to sleepaway camp for just like a week so my parents could go on a vacation. But we loved it because they would always pick one that we liked. So like I went to a science-based camp. I loved science as a little kid. And my sister got to go to like an acting camp, which she really liked. It was called like drama camp or something. But like we loved going to our camps, and my parents took that very much as like a trade-off, so that way they could go on a vacation or something. Or like sometimes in the summer we'd go to like, we're not especially religious in my family, but we would go to like vacation Bible school for camp, or we would go to, there was another camp nearby that would just do like day camp and stuff, because it was just so that, maybe it is an American thing, but it's because, you know, your parents can't always afford to have you looked after when you're little kids in the summer, when you're too young to look after yourselves, essentially. So they would sometimes send us to camps and stuff like that, so that way, you know, the camps were more affordable sometimes than having someone to look after us, because my parents both worked. And that might be why. But yeah, I don't know. Only time I ever did an overnight camp, I was in vacation Bible school though. My sister got in trouble at vacation Bible school quite a lot because she, granted, we didn't know very much religious stuff. My sister would always be like, oh, no, my mom would say that's not possible. You can't do that. That can't be real. There's no such thing as magic. I was like, stop. I just want to eat my snack in peace. We're gonna part the Red Sea sorbet with our vanilla wafers and you're gonna be quiet. Stop complaining. We're eating a snack. It's gonna be fine. Keep that to yourself, girly. It's okay. Camps where I'm are pretty expensive, so we just went normal camping. The ones we went to were pretty affordable, surprisingly. Like, it wasn't super expensive. Got a few of those city-owned, not very nice, not culty. Yeah, none of the stuff we went to was very culty, thankfully. None of it was like that. It's not like the Wednesday Addams camp, no. It was like, you hang out, they have activities for you all day, more or less. Like, there were a lot of planned activities and stuff. It was fun. It was a good time for the most part. I could do a lot of arts and crafts. Kept getting emails about being an art instructor. Yeah, I've had a couple of camps try and recruit me as an art instructor as well. And I don't really want to do that, unfortunately, because in order to do them, they make you live like in the buildings, like with the kids and all that, to be like a, like not chaperone, but like, you know, overseer for those things. Like you'd be like the bunk officer. I don't know what is the word for it? You'd be the person who just like lives in the same cabin as they do to make sure everyone's being good. I can't do that. I'm an introvert. I cannot. I have to sleep in a room that contains, at maximum, Jubby. That's it. I can have sleepovers with my close friends. I cannot sleep in the same room as other children. Yeah, counselor. I don't want to be a counselor. Yeah, I need my no people time. I need my time to do art and use the interwebs, and none of that is what I want. So no thanks. I am okay. I will pass. But anyways, we gotta lock in. It's been an hour. We should lock in. Yeah, no babysitter for me. I've done my babysitting. I've done my dues. Never am going back to that. I don't like children. Children are fantastic, and I'm very good with kids, but I will not elect to spend time with them willingly. That's why I teach college. They're still children to me, but they're at least the kind of children I can... well, actually, I do have to stress about them. They also don't know how to take care of themselves, but it's better at least. It's a marked improvement, I would say. Very most. Like Squirrel Day, can't sleep in my own bed, sing all day, camp, outside bugs, can't read my books. Yeah, no, I don't know if I would like that either. I like bugs, I like camping, I like being outside, but I don't know if I would have liked one of those camps either. The camps that I went to were ones where we slept in our school or slept in like cabins, kind of. Yeah. Kind of funky. Never went back. Spent my summers in a tent. Whoa. What is camp? We only have tuition here during school holidays. Huh? Interesting. I don't know. Children know how to take care of themselves in relatively simple ways. College kids don't know how to take care of themselves in fun and interesting ways. You say fun and interesting. My college kids would not understand that you shouldn't stick your hand in acid. Like, I don't think that counts as fun or interesting. I think that counts as lacking in common sense still. If I tell you a thing is an acid, your thought process should not contain hand goes in. It should probably contain hand stays out. If I say we have to wear goggles to use these chemicals, I would hope you'd connect the dots that mean that those chemicals shouldn't go in your mouth also. Yet we have been in circumstances when that's not the case. I know it depends on the acid, but like as a general statement, don't put your hand in things you don't know. Don't touch things you are unfamiliar with. Do not lick the ceramics. Do not lick your copper plates. I have witnessed both of those things. The number of kids that I have caught looking like a deer in the headlights doing something they shouldn't be in my studio. And it's not even the 18-year-olds. Sometimes it'll be like the kids who are seniors who are, I'll walk into the room and they are licking the asphaltum that they have on their thing. And I'm like, my guy, you shouldn't do that. They're like, but it smells like the stuff they fill potholes with. And I'm like, that's because it is. It is, and you shouldn't lick it. It is, and you should not put that in your mouth. I don't know why you would want to touch your tongue to that. I don't know why you're thinking that it smells like the stuff they use to fill cracks in the pavement. I don't understand. Gives you a cheap high. Oh, it probably does, and you shouldn't do it as a result of that. That is like the kind of thing where it kills you. Kills brain cells, and you. Do not. No. But yeah, they would do all kinds of stupid nonsense. So they were shaving years off my life in the same way. But you know, honestly, little kids aren't much better at that half the time. Yeah, I don't know. Chem professor drank a cyanide solution to demonstrate how bad of a poison it is? What the hell? Why? Why would you do that? Fairly concerned by the implication they'd also want to lick pothole fillers. That's what I'm saying. That was what it concerned me. I was like, what? That's not a validation. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't validate why you're doing it. I love that you said it to me like it's an excuse, but it's not. I don't understand. It's so strange. So strange.
Is this why you won't let me eat concrete?
Yes, I'm traumatized. Gary, I don't know if you understand. I've had to witness students put all kinds of stupid stuff in their mouths. They've licked the hones, which are essentially just pieces of weird compact chalk. But like they lick those because they thought they looked like the Fun Dip sticks. I've seen them put asphaltum in their mouths. I've seen them we have Vaseline that we use for sealing ink containers. I've seen them put that on their mouth as chapstick, and I'm like, what are you doing that has touched other things? They're something. Yeah, teenagers are toddlers. We used vinegar for cleaning, and I did in fact watch somebody put it in a little cup to use as a condiment. I was like, granted that's a food, but why would you use the studio one? It's probably contaminated with like mineral spirits. I hate them all. I don't hate them actually. But I don't understand. I don't understand. Shroomates. In an art studio, nothing is edible. Remember this. Nothing is edible. None of it. Is it normal for 18-year-olds to act like that? Yes. Yes, it is. It is. And it hurt me. My whole soul. That doesn't even scratch the surface of the dumb stuff they've done. Maybe I will have a reminiscing about students stream where I can tell you all the dumb and dangerous stuff they did, because I think I could fill a whole stream with it. Kids hanging on things that are on the ceiling, despite the fact that it's a drop ceiling and you really shouldn't do that, and the ceiling's definitely not strong enough. Kids walking into walls because they're not looking at things because they're on their phones. I had a kid walk straight into a ladder I was standing on and almost knock me off of it. Kids putting push pins in their mouths. Carving with knives directly towards their bodies. It doesn't end. Good anniversary stream, maybe. When we celebrate the 1-year anniversary of me taking a break from teaching, which actually is gonna be, my 1-year anniversary of taking a break from teaching. It's been a year since I was teaching as of next week. So, good reminiscing. But yeah, that was insanity in every way. College students. Not good. I feel like a germaphobe in comparison to how you paralyzed with paranoia I get until all the textures, smells, and mystery substances of my hands and clothes are off. See, that's how I feel though. I will not touch things or eat things until I'm totally clean. And when I exist in the printmaking studio, or like really any studio, I wear nitrile gloves the whole time because I don't want things absorbing through my skin. Which is why I can't fathom how people are different. I can't fathom how people are doing that. But yeah, key jingle, you're right. We tried to start here and we didn't. It's been an hour officially. So, what have I gathered you all here for today? Funny, I'll make a segue here. Do you know the anime trope where for some reason the anime character who has white hair always dies? We were talking about lots of interesting, fun ways to die. So many fun ways to die. Or not fun, dumb. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. There is a trope that white-haired characters die. They perish. That is a common trope. Don't look at my hair. I'm not going to. Just like college students. White-haired characters and college students find these stupidest, dumbest ways to find harm. So hopefully today, none of our fellows we're looking at here will perish. I hope they're going to defy that trope. Gathered us here for bingo. Yeah. I mean, die and stay dead or just die? Just die. I don't know if it means they stay dead. They do die in some way. I can think of a couple off the top of my head, but all of them are probably spoilers, because so I won't tell you right now. But, white-haired characters. Let's see if they all survive. Because here's the thing, we're talking about white-haired characters and designs, and this has the propensity to play into one of my greatest pet peeves, which is white hair on pale skin, which therefore provides limited clarity between the hair and the skin, and therefore it makes the focal point not function properly. It's just low clarity. It drives me bonkers. You know how it is. That's how I feel often. I have white hair, however. Therefore, I would like to tell you there's a way of doing it that does not cause a low clarity issue. You can see the edges of my face quite clearly, as can you the edges of my hair. White is a funeral color. Maybe in some ways, yeah. Thinking Inuyasha out of multiple white-haired characters, only like 2 died. In Future Diary, the white-haired character dies, but then again, a lot of other characters die. There's a lot. There's a lot of them that do. Hi, Kava. What you're talking about, proper shading fixes everything. This is true. Proper shading can fix everything. So that's probably the angle we'll be going for any of these that don't work the way that they do. But my other suggestion to you, people who want to have white hair for your character design, do not make your hair color undertone and your skin color undertone the same. One of the ways I'm combating my hair and skin being similar is that I'm really, really warm and peachy in my skin tone and very cool, almost like a green or a blue undertone in my hair. And that does provide enough hue separation that even if the values are very similar, they can be quite visually different. And then also, yeah, shading. or just having little things that provide a barrier between the edges. I have a barrier in my gills. That's why you can see the little trim edge of them around the sides. It does break perspective a little bit that you can see them on me, because it doesn't really make sense. But it's so that there's a separation line between them, see? Thinking about things, yeah. What about albino? You can still use, if a character is albino, you can still use things like shading. Because, you know, even if the skin is the same level of palety as the hair is, you can still have drop shadows under the hair. Albino characters can still dye their hair. You can still have a warmer complexion and a cooler hair color. There's a whole variety of things that you can do to make white hair work with pale skin tones. First OC was OC with white hair, or tanned with white hair. That is honestly a pretty good combo, I have to say. I would say that that is a combo I do tend to like, visually at least, because for as much as I know that that is not always a great trope, because it is erasing, you know, like natural hair colors in some way, it does look really nice sometimes just because the contrast is so good. And for similar reasons, it's the reason why, you know, darker hair, lighter skin tone, lighter hair, darker skin tone works. Well, it's just good contrast, so it makes it visually interesting for us, right? Sun-bleached hair, yeah. Pale on pale is fixed by blush and pinkish red eye makeup every time, refocus on face, yeah. There's a lot of ways to do it. There's a lot of ways we can do it successfully, so we'll talk about them. And my second thing today, my second point before we hop in here, is that what would you say on average, like, our gender split is of our crits? Because to me, usually, I feel like our crits when we do them are probably about, like, 70% femme, or, like, she, her pronoun fellas, maybe if not even more than that. And then maybe, like, 25% enbies, something like she, they, he, they, them, that combo. And then usually, we'll have, like, maybe one lad,
usually
one he,
female
him.
or non-binary.
Thanks, Gary. That's true. We'll have like maybe like 1 or 2 lads maximum. Maximum. But let me tell you today, it's actually gonna be like 80% lads, which is an odd trend. I'm intrigued to know how that came to be the case. Most of my folders and most of the submissions, I would have to say just submissions in general, are predominantly girls. Predominantly people who identify as female. But for some reason today, I think all but 2 of the ones I have pulled for today are lads. So an unusual day here. Fellas, my fellas of the Shroom State, is it just a weird coincidence that, I don't know, white-haired streamer, me, you, the ones who submit to me, who are Shroomates who watch me, also have white hair? Is that what it is? Like, or what is it? How did this happen? Why is this a trend? I don't know. All my fellas. Maybe because guys are less likely to use bright colors. Maybe. You know, that very well could be what it is that the lads are less likely to use brighter colors. So our girlies end up with blue and pink and all sorts of colored hair, but maybe the fellas aren't as into the bright colors of hair, so then therefore white and brown and black and more natural colors are more common for them, and I've never done a themed day around having black hair or brown hair. You might be onto something there. This is just like one of those like funny statistic things that I'm considering in my brain as I'm wondering. A lot of male characters that have white hair that some people idolize. That's true. There are a lot of really cool white-haired characters. White hair is associated with coolness, that's true. We get red-haired boys. Tell me, I wanna know too. I also wanna know. My favorite hair color in any media. If you look at a piece of media and ask me what my favorite character is, if there is a guy or a girl who is a redhead, almost 80% chance it's that one. Like 80% chance it's that one. No doubt. Kingdom Hearts. Who's my favorite? Take a guess. For Final Fantasy VII, that's almost true. Close, but not fully. But there's a lot of them where that is the case. It's not Riku. Clearly Donald is your fave. Oh. Oh, it's not Donald Duck. It's not Riku. You guys are being difficult. I said redhead, not white hair. Yeah, Mythic does seem to be a knower of a lot of white-haired fellas. Mythic, is your Sona white-haired? Kaneki Ken, Kakashi, Gojo, Killua, Yuki. Yeah. Oh my gosh, there are a lot of them. Red Kingdom Hearts character, Axel. Axel, my beloved. Yes, Axel was my favorite. Growing up. Love him. Also, Kairi! I also love Kairi. Despite the fact that they write her not so great all the time, I love her. She's my girly. She has my whole heart. Yeah, redheads. Give me more redheads, please. I think, like, most of my favorite characters are redheads, to some degree. Either that or they're golden retrievers, and that's it. Those are the two similar traits across the board. But anyway, so what I was saying here is we were just noticing some interesting statistics here of how many lads have white hair. So here is our rubric that we use to grade from, so that we can try and be as objective as we possibly can. Try and take my bias out of things as best as I can. I will say, I do also... There are a lot of series that I also like the white-haired character in. This is why we're removing bias. Yeah, love statistics, remove bias. So, here are our categories. Color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept motifs, and bonus points. To get full points in color palette, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, well executed, should work at a distance, all of those things, yada yada. If the color palette is completely uninteresting, completely a visual mess, low contrast, you name it, no points. For silhouette, full points if it is unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. If I can tell who you are just based on your silhouette, you win, full points. No points for silhouette if you are blob-like in nature, if your head is shaped like a bullet, or if I just can't tell what you are at all. Raiden from Metal Gear. No, I mean, I do like Raiden. I did like Metal Gear Solid 2, despite many people not liking Metal Gear Solid 2. But Snake is my favorite forever. I also like Otakon. I love me a stupid wimp of a man. I say stupid as if he is not extremely intelligent. I love me a pathetic man. As a character trope. Kurama from Yu Yu Hakusho? Yeah! Kurama was my favorite in Yu Yu Hakusho also. Farewell bias. Confirm that guys get shamed hardcore for doing anything hair-wise that stands out. No! Don't shame them. It's cool. I like cool hair. Snake constantly knows nothing. That's true. That is also true. Snake doesn't know anything. He just goes, Hern, Colonel. Hern, Colonel. Repeat back to me the thing you said 9 times. Hern, Colonel. But then sometimes he just randomly info dumps like 10,000 things about a gun or like the nuclear catastrophe that's impeding. It's like, okay, never mind. He actually does know what's going on to some degree. Erg. Yeah, no, he makes that noise. I don't do a good job replicating it. But complexity versus clarity. The model should be well balanced, the details should support the concept and not be excessive. I should be able to turn you into a marketable plushie. With ease, without removing everything that makes you you. If you are too distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, no points. For focal points, the focal points should be well executed. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face. Let me say this here. I have focal point issues so much less often with the masculine VTuber designs than I do with the feminine, and I think it's because the lads, despite the fact that some of them are still trying to go for like assets, it's not as distracting because they can't exaggerate them as much without just fully committing to having boobs. So they don't tend to be as distracting, which is funny. So props to you masc VTubers. Your focal points tend to work a little better sometimes. All the white hairs and competing for the facial details. Maybe a little bit too, and also the fact is, I think for as much as this may be like a toxic masculinity thing or something of that nature, masculine VTubers don't tend to over-design themselves as much because being over-adorned may seem less masculine to them sometimes. So therefore, their designs tend to be a little bit more simplified, not as ornate, just based on their own personal tastes as far as clothing goes. So by being less distracting, the face becomes more important. It's interesting. I'm doing like psychological reasoning as to why this is the case. Those aren't emphasizing it. Yeah, it is interesting. See that being a thing? Yeah. Give men adornment. Yeah, no, let me tell you, I like some of my favorite VTuber models that are like lads. Octavio from Hollow Stars, his new design, beautiful. I don't know if it counts as 2.0, I don't know what it counts as, but his like beautiful all white design, it's beautiful, it's lovely. There's another one I just saw who is in a similar vein from the Hollow Stars Japanese side. I love the super like adorned, not afraid of being gender non-conforming types of designs. But I do fear that a lot of VTubers, a lot of the lads aren't as comfortable leaning into that, maybe. Do female VTubers like their male VTubers simple and chill? That's an interesting question. I don't have the answer to that. Both as not being female and also I'm so asexual that any amount of me liking characters is usually from a character design standpoint. I'm immune to most of your tricks. Can't get me, ha! It helps me be objective maybe in some ways, but I can't speak to that at all. Have you seen Rikami? I have seen Rikami. I know who Rikami is, yeah. Rikami is well adorned, and Rikami also does have a little bit of focal point distraction in the assets, maybe. VTubers are reverse bird species. Them presenting ones are the ones with all the extravagant colors and details. That is accurate. I would say that's probably true. That checks out to me. If Sayu was being reviewed here, would you rate him? See, Sayu's a little more adorned too. I would, if Sayu submitted, I would. I would review anyone who submits, regardless of who they are, pretty much. But, that doesn't mean that they would submit. I don't think most of these people know who I am, maybe. Rikami knows who I am. Rikami knows I exist. At least on some level. But I don't think Sayu knows I exist. If they submit, I'll look at them, though. Gamba. Yeah, Gamba. We can Gamba. Hang on, did I finish reading the thing? I didn't. Concept and motifs. Concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. I should be able to guess what you are, what you're about. Are you a cat boy? Are you a blue girl? What are you? What is your occupation? What is your species? I should be able to guess these things. What's your personality like? What should I expect from you visually? Mayhaps. Just wondering. I should be able to figure it out by looking at you. If I can't figure it out by looking at you, no points. Oh, you guys are still listing more masculine characters with white hair. There's a lot of them, so maybe that is what's going on here. That could very well be the trend. Oh, Boon Juice, thank you for following. Good question for the design critiques. Would be willing to contact via Blue Sky instead of X. So, what do you mean contact? I credit via Blue Sky or X, depending on what people would like. Both are options. You can be credited on whatever platform or with whatever handle you would like. So, yes, I guess. Almost all of these are considered prodigies. Maybe we are figuring out the trope there. So, anyways, there is bonus points. I can give you bonus points for having an interesting concept, interesting art style, or if I just like it. If I like it, I can give you more points for that. Yeah, so there we go. Now that I have finally figured out all the things we're doing, let's do Gamba, if we would like to Gamba. And the way we call it Gamba makes me type in /Gamba instead of the correct thing. Any model will EG get through. Oh, that's not plural. And let's see, let's make sure you get enough time to answer the question. Is that 30 minutes? Yeah, there we go, 30 minutes. Start. There's your options, go. Gamba Shroomates. You have a higher chance of being put in the fridge than getting other bonus points. Yeah, when was the last time we gave out another bonus point? I feel like I don't give them out very often, but it's so rare that I see an art style that isn't just like kind of stock standard anime for the most part, right? And I feel like whenever I have is when I have given those points, but there hasn't been an incredibly large amount of style variety that we've looked at recently, at least. And I don't know if I've seen any designs in a minute that have had a concept that really wowed me, maybe? Because a lot of concepts aren't, like they are combining a couple things, but I really want to see something that's clever. I want to see something real clever in designs. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if anything's clever enough to get that also. Showing faith, betting 6. 6 is a safe bet. We usually get to about 6. I do have 8 prepared, just in case. Also, whoops, I missed a letter. I'm gonna do bingo because I'm intrigued to see. I think we may be actually incapable of getting bingo today in a very strange turn of events, because I think that like 80% of the tropes I have in this are tropes that are predominantly carried out by the girlies. Like, I don't think we're gonna see like mismatched sock heights. I don't think we have any idols. Like, there's some of our classic tropes that we tend to get aren't as popular with the lads. So I'm very interested to see. There we go. So here, I'll pin bingo so we can do bingo if we want. There we go. Good design scene of Yuki Ona VTubers who have a lot of blue undertones to the white hair. Yeah, I love a good undertone in a neutral color. I get so bored when we just do grayscale undertones. Give me blue, give me purple, give me green, give me teal. Even like golds and stuff can be nice as color undertones. We may be doing some of that today also. So here, let's get started. We're starting with Justin. There we go. And I guess we will also have the full spectrum of one sentence versus full paragraph explanations. So here is Justin. Did you get the Sporgamba? Yeah, we got Sporgamba. It's up. Sporgamba is present. This is Justin, he, him. The DK Mario link. I laughed at your username. It's 3 Nintendo references. And also, I feel like this never happens. I feel like we almost never have VTubers who have just like normal English names. Justin. I feel like I have a VTuber named Mark, but I love it. I love that. We're not afraid. Like, my name is Squiiji. That's not a normal name. I feel like 90% of the VTubers I know have names that are so unusual, but as a result, they can be hard to remember as a result. This is Justin. This is Justin. I'm not gonna forget that this is Justin. It's working, surprisingly. Under most circumstances, naming a character like that, I don't know if it would work, but in VTubing it stands out, so intriguing. And the simplicity of just a cyberpunk inventor. Man, that works. Yeah, this just in. Orpal, cyberpunk inventor. I did yank this guy out of my purple folder because I don't think purple is the right move for him. Yeah, this is the Justin of all time. There has never been another Justin, there never will be another. Here's the Justin. So, as far as things go, for strengths, the face ends up being kind of focal for me because of the hair. My man already is passing the hair to skin tone differential with flying colors because he is dark enough in his skin tone against his white hair that I don't have any trouble. Clarity is totally fine. It works perfectly. I'm not concerned. And then also having these like interesting, I don't even know what to call them, like face markings that are kind of tech-y. Do add a nice little detail to the face that does draw me in, and they do mirror the shape of the glasses in an interesting manner as well. I wonder what this fellow would look like without his glasses on, because that'd be an interesting placement for those marks otherwise. So for the things that are working well, the face is kind of focal for me. However, I, for some reason, keep looking at the pocket. Right? I keep just looking right at the pocket. Big purple area surrounded by a big plane of white. It just draws me in for some reason. I keep looking right at him, right at it. Unusual, looking at the chest on this one. And then, secondarily, unfortunately, I fear that the silhouette is lacking. Because this design is so pared down, so simplified, which is not a bad thing, very easy to make a plushie out of here. You definitely pass plushification quite easily. But as a result, your silhouette isn't very specific. Like, the simplicity of the articles of clothing you've chosen aren't helping you be discernible from a distance. Which is why part of me is wondering if, like, you know, having your glasses on your head might help add something to silhouette, or if there's any other accessories we could give you that could make it stronger for silhouette. And I like that our only indicator visually, which I think is funny, our only visual indicator that you're an inventor is you've got a wrench in your pocket. Like, you have one glove on, but it's not really like a work glove. It's not a working glove. It's kind of funny, but he is just a guy to some degree. And I feel like for the fact that the face having the markings and the arm having the marking is a little flavor blasting, I think we need a little more flavor blasting, right? Add a belt, structure on the waist. Yeah. So my thought here, I don't know how many of you followed us over on the raid on Friday over to Bolts, but I helped Bolts the Mechanic with a little bit of their design redesigning to some degree. And Bolts has a arguably slightly similar thing going on with light hair against slightly darker skin, also being a mechanic. So some of the things that I thought of for Bolts are going to come back here maybe, because I feel like they work very well for somebody who is a mechanic in some way. Bolts is very nice. Bolts is very nice. We love Bolts in this room state. We love fellow enbie goofballs. But the thing that I suggested for bolts that I think worked out pretty well is big tool belt on the waist. This belt is so comedically small there. Give me, I see we have chains, that's fine. What if you had the kind of tool belt thing where it straps around the leg? And then, you know, it's really big and chunky and has like pockets on it or something. Right now this is too close in color to the background color. But then you can hang things off of it, have your tools connected, and then this adds something to the silhouette. It adds some asymmetry because right now, other than the pocket being off center, it is completely symmetrical. And that adds at least a little bit of detail in that nature. If you are an inventor, one of the things that I love to see in designs that are meant to be practical is things that relate to like the actual employment in real life, things that add that believability. One of the things that I see in like mechanics clothing and clothing that is worn by people who work with their hands or are working outside a lot is when they have that sort of like knee pad aspect happening on their knees. That way, you know, they can bend down to work on stuff without being in pain. And really all it ends up being is like a reinforced, like padded, cushioned area around the knee. You know what I'm talking about? Because yeah, knee reinforcement. Because that just helps you to be comfortable. And sometimes they're ones that are worn outside of the clothing and then they're buckled on in some way. So maybe that could be something where we're adding a little bit to silhouette. I don't know why I'm sketching it out like this. Usually I would do it with like color, but maybe because I'm suggesting something totally new that isn't present already. But these are just things that I feel like would work well for somebody who's an inventor. And this design seems to also be aiming for something that's more or less sleek. A lot of like mechanic type outfits are either looser because, you know, if you are working on something where you are soldering or welding or doing something of that nature, you do need looser clothing so you don't sweat to death in some way. They tend to be kind of bulky also for protection, but this is going for like a sleeker side of it and a more refined side. I would not want to give this fella like grease stains or something because he seems like almost like an electronics inventor more so than other things where it would be a cleaner type of work maybe. But then as a result, I'm trying to think of what other things I would want to add that would be appropriate for this kind of work. For me, I'm almost wondering if, you know, if you're somebody who works with your hands on really small things, he's got his glasses on right now, but I love those, like, what are they called? Like the loop glasses? A loop is the thing you look at really small stuff with, but you know the jeweler glasses that are like this? Where they're like kind of like rectangular almost, and then they have like the long slits where you can see like they have different levels of magnification in them. This on top of the head, and then they have like funny like dials and stuff on them so that way you can like, you know, hone them in. But then that's another hint at what kind of work he does. Yeah, IT guy. He does kind of give IT guy more than maybe inventor. But stuff like this where we're getting more hints towards function, looking at small objects, tinkering, stuff like that might work well. Ever seen those small screwdrivers for glasses? Oh, the little teeny tiny screwdrivers they use to make the glasses? I have seen those. I have one sitting like right here. It's a keychain. Robot cyborg, look at the elbow lines. I don't know. Might be. I had thought that these may just be like tattoos of some sort, but they very well could be robotic seams. And if they are, I almost wish there was more of a hint towards being some kind of robotic thing where maybe we get like a panel on the arm where, you know, even if it's just something as simple as like, this is like your vitals or something where it's acting as like a little screen that has information on it. I'm just gonna draw a number, but like, wait, how do you, is it like this when you do the numbers? Yeah. How do you do a 2 like this? Is it like that? Yeah. But just something to give us more hints about it. But Cyberpunk could be more Android limb enhancements. It could be, yeah. Inspired by the facial cyber docs from Cyberpunk 2077, Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, I would say they're probably inspired by those things. I actually don't know much about Cyberpunk 2077. I know the anime for it was pretty popular, but I sadly didn't really get a chance to check it out in any way, shape, or form. Arm could be a toolbox. That might be too silly, but maybe. Could be something where it like pops open for them to be an upside down watch. Okay. It doesn't need to actually be a watch. There you go, you happy? I put it upside right. I'm just saying the suggestion of having more little things that are the hints to us that something is happening on this arm that is maybe not fully human might be nice. Even if it's just things where it's like, okay, we're getting like more dots as detailing. I don't know. Swap out tool, hands for tools similar to Jenny from Malater? I'm not familiar with that. If IT guys, the angle going for, reference to coding, ducks might be funny prop to have. That is true. That's true. Having like a cute little duck to talk to. Oh man, I'm gonna actually write that down because I've actually had a number of consultations with people who are trying to be IT adjacent in their character design. IT guy duck. And I'm always needing more things to tell them because I don't want to tell the same people the same things over and over again. I want to give people unique suggestions every time. And ducks, interesting. The white dots you draw to the neck helps pull me to look at the face more than looking at the pocket. Okay, that's good. It's because it's adding a little more contrast, which makes me wonder if these little things on the face that are gold should maybe instead be white. So that way they're higher contrast and will pull us also more to the face, potentially. Yeah, that does help me a little bit with pulling me to look at the face. I'm doing a bunch of random stuff on one layer. And then you guys were also just saying eyes more saturated, maybe. Oops, not color saturation. Just so that we can see them a little bit better through the glasses, because I think they're kind of heading in the right direction. But there we go. That also brings more of the fuchsia undertones of them out, too. Hi, Ame. How to be IT without looking generic office worker. I know, and for some people I've ended up suggesting like, oh, like a headset mic or stuff like that could be helpful. But I just don't want them all to have that happening. I don't want them all to have to go down that route, you know? Why is the robot android wearing glasses? Why aren't they like clearly tools of the trade? What do you mean? Oh, like the glasses? That's why I was suggesting like the loop, but I think this is trying to straddle the line between casual and like professional, or like kind of like a sleek casual and professional. I think this is having like sort of like a tonal trouble where we're trying to lean real far into practicality, but it seems like this design might be a casual outfit for somebody who also has that as a profession. I'm not sure. I'm not fully sure. Because it is aiming to be much more sleek when this profession does lend to being less. And yeah, the wrench is a little odd tonally for me with the rest of this. Wire cutters in the breast pocket. Good. Let's see. Take his jean color. Give you some little nippers here. Whenever I carry my snips around, I always carry them halfway out of my pocket. Is that a normal thing to do? Look at it, can't be. There's his wire cutters. Those are probably too small for wire cutters. I feel like wire cutters are gonna be bigger than that, right? Maybe like this. But I think the general trend we're feeling here is that we want more practicality out of this design. That's not how wire cutters look. Wire cutters are like, I literally have a pair right there. Oh, they sit open. They don't sit closed. There we go. We want more practicality. We want to be able to see that angle of the concept more clearly in the design. Bolt cutters in pocket, got very concerned. Nope. High-tech multi-tool would make sense than a wrench. Yeah. Ah, for an inventor. Part of my brain was like, what if like Swiss Army knife, like keychain or something? Swiss Army knife necklace. So that way you have everything on you at all times. Calipers. Yeah. I feel like this is a missed opportunity for like a clever earring of some sort, maybe two. What if he was wearing that we were saying his earring is just like a little planet, which doesn't relate to anything, and it's so small. What if earring as that silly little screwdriver we were talking about? You know, the like ones that are like a keychain almost, where they're really long and thin, but they're for glasses. Wait, that's not how they work. It's like on the keychain, and then you'd have like that, and then it narrows into its little thing. Or like even the kind of ones you use for like a PC when you're editing your computer on the inside, where it's just the funny little tiny screwdriver. Swiss Army knife with plasma tools? Yeah, just generally, I think we need to see more tools of the trade. We need more things that are just related to your profession, maybe. And I need to figure out still, God, I want to figure out something to add to your silhouette so bad. What can I put in your silhouette? Putting a, like, the jeweler's loop, or I don't know what these are called. What do you call the jeweler's glasses? Are they called a loop? Oh, they are called a loop. Yeah, they are. Putting a loop on. Oh, wait, they can look all kinds of crazy. Like this. This might be goofy for the regular glasses, but like something like this on top of the head where they have the switchable lenses and all of that, or having this like on top of, because these are just something you wear on top of your real glasses to some degree like this. That could be interesting. Motherboard pattern on the glasses, another piece of clothing maybe. That could be interesting, yeah. Burn marks from soldering mishaps. That's not practical, but like think dangling a RAM stick or SATA drive could. Gotta always be ready, right? If you're on the job and you need to do some editing of something, you gotta just have your spare RAM on you. Nice little RGB RAM. I think the other thing is that as far as like cyberpunk aesthetics go, this is very subdued from what I usually tend to think of. Let me just like, which isn't a bad thing inherently, but I feel like there may be ways we could jazz it up more. A lot of cyberpunk has more neons, more layering, like harness type of stuff, or like robotics that are a little bit more forwarded in the design. I don't know how to put it, but like, I feel like this is an opportunity where usually it's kind of cliche where VTubers are like, all right, I got the little belt thingies or stuff like that. I feel like I'd accept miscellaneous belts here more than other places. Will the silhouette be funny for a side-mounted apron at the waist to hold tools in it? Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for with like having something strapped to the leg that we could hold tools in over here. And then we could make it real bulky. Because I think that for me, the other thing this is missing as far as silhouette goes is visual weight. There's not a ton of visual weight here right now because the silhouette is so minimal as it stands right now. Everything is so close to the body, nothing is really exaggerating. RGB to the seam lines or his clothes. Yeah, thick tool belt. Yeah, like the belt is really thin. The belt could be much thicker. Or even have like, you know, there's one part of the belt. Maybe there's like a second belt because this is heavy. Just adding more things in this region. You know, you've got your buckles for it or whatever. These aren't really what belt buckles look like, but you get the idea. But just like trying to think of some things that could add more visually to it. Cargo pants. See, I fear that in this circumstance, cargo pants might end up taking us away from the intention of this design, unfortunately, because I feel like the aesthetic this person wants is to be someone who looks like they're very well put together and more sleek, and cargo pants kind of go against that sleek aesthetic. They go just a little chunkier. Live suggestion for the best work pants on the planet. Okay, interesting. Let me just shade this in real quick so I can see these. That these are additions I've made. Maybe they need like, you know, I was doing silver colors for where things are belts in some way. Maybe the purple has to come back on them a little bit too. Like these could be designed up to be more punk and cyber as well. Let me see what Ruku had for pants. Live suggestions, there we go. Drywall tapers have the best looking work pants. Ooh, wait, actually, this could be pretty good as a suggestion. Having like this pocket that sticks out off the side of the body, and then these straps that are kind of going around. These are very techwear-y. This is probably like the padding like I was talking about. Interesting. Thank you, Riraku. Sounds sick? Yeah, it is. Oh, bye. Hard to go. No? Nunu? Snark Mimi? Is that what you're doing? Farewell. Thank you for hanging, though. Depends on how hands-on an inventor is. Yeah. More rustic worker's jacket off the waist, methinks. Give a nice cone shape to the bottom of the frame. That's true. Could have... Ooh, spoiler. But I fear that now I'm doing this, we are just rehashing a lot of the stuff that I'd suggested to Bolts. Because by having like a worker's jacket or something off of the hips, that's also what I had suggested for Bolts, but that was more of a lore thing for him, or for them. But maybe that is a good idea here as well. Just to get a little bit of shape, where we could get like a classic, you know, the classic Carhartt jacket. working man's favorite in here, but then that does add a little bit of weight at least. This jacket around the waist then could maybe have some of those like more cyberpunky like trims on it too. So then that's adding some more of that aesthetic in. I'm also wondering, because one of the things I tend to like the most in cyberpunk aesthetics is elements that are transparent or holographic, that have just interesting texture to them. And I'm wondering if there's some way we could add some aspect of that, because I'm thinking about, you know, the coat we've added maybe could have something like that, but I kind of want something that's like a transparent material somewhere. And then that transparent material could maybe have some of those detailings on it that are related to like computer or coding, or have like the inventor's drawings or notes or something. The gesture with the glasses makes me think of like projecting a hologram or something maybe. Like, I'm trying to think of just miscellaneous different things that could be added in that way. Some kind of computer or tablet strap, just spitballing, like book leg straps for computer. Just wearing your computer like off your hip, yeah. Cuffs, color for transparency maybe. Maybe. I was even trying to think about, because like, I think the simplicity of the shirt is a good thing, but I'm wondering if trying to... We're trying to add stuff to a design that is already pretty, like, pared down, and for some reason that's harder for me sometimes. Like, part of me is like, okay, what if holographic undershirt in here, where it has, like... See if I can draw this in a way that makes sense. Holographic stuff usually does, like, this, right? And then, like, a teal or something, and I'll make it so it's like a glow layer. Am I crazy? This is how holographic stuff works, right? I haven't actually drawn something with a holographic texture to it in a while, but just as like my stand-in for it, like that might be something interesting to have. I may have made this too thick. But just as like almost like a subtle undershirt, because I think layering is where we get a lot of our interest out of clothing. Let me see. Making the dark purple bits transparent is genius. I still think it looks like a convenience store uniform without some extra flair. Ah, we could make the purple bits either partially translucent, or we could also make them holographic. If I go like this, I can make it so it seems like we can see the arm through it a little bit. We can play pretend here for a second. Those areas would all be going to white though. Like that. Just subtly transparent a little bit. One-sided glasses. The lens is like a Google lens? What is a Google lens? Oh, voxel. It's voxel me. Holographic things are just hard light if you want to have collision with stuff. Just raincoat, for example. Yeah. Let me look. There was something stated that was in the Discord. Check. Ooh, whoops. That's not open. Oh. Why does that kind of look like Jennifer Lawrence? Tattoos. More belts and straps. The goggles seem to be very important for this kind of aesthetic. I'm now wondering if, for practicality's sake, this might be kind of a funny thing, but I wonder if you could have like a holographic bandana. Because for me, as somebody, like when I worked in bronze casting and all of that, the practicality of wearing a bandana could not be understated. Whether it was the bandana's going in my hair to keep my hair out of my face, it's keeping my hair out of the way so I can wear like a face shield. Wonder if that might be a good option too. Hang on, I'll come up with ideas now. But bandanas were so nice because sometimes you'd be just like doing some angle grinding stuff and it's like, all right, let's toss the bandana up over the face so that way I don't like get like little horrible bronze shards in my neck that creep under the face shield. So I'm thinking maybe instead of me having this little shirt thing here, maybe holographic bandana of some sort that can be like sitting around like this area. Let me see if I can figure out how to do that. We're like, here's my holographic texture. And then let me pick the other colors I was gonna use for it. But just so that it has some sort of practicality, and then we're adding something that has more color around the face, maybe? Can you do a JoJo pose? Not really. My hands are too big right now. I can try again later once my hands are smaller. Around his wrist. Yeah, around the waist could also be, like, just tucked into the belts and stuff here could be a good place if we want to add some sort of bandana or something. Classic microfiber cloth situation maybe also. But I think we are onto some things at least here. But the thing that I just thought of, maybe not to say finally, instead of holographic stuff around his neck, which could still be interesting for bandana, we could commit to like a face shield situation where, how would I even draw this on him? Let me turn back on that. But like, you know, when you work in anything, if you're doing angle grinding, if you're doing snipping, if you're doing any kind of miscellaneous thing, you know, the face shield. Strapped around the head, can be turned up, but then it's also transparent. And we could tech design this up real cool where it gets like, you know, all kinds of little like seam lines and funny little things where stuff can be glowing. I don't know. But I feel like that might be good for silhouette and that might sell us more directly. I'm proud of myself. I think that's a good thought. I think that might be a good move. Cyberpunk is retro futuristic 80s. Yeah, face shield for soldering. Yeah. Speaking of bronze casting, how much detail can be transferred to the metal? Infinite quantities of detail. Let me tell you, I did some, it's like resin casting. If you take a holographic material and put it in, I forget what they're called, but if you put a holographic material in silicone to make a mold, you can make a bronze sculpture that has that subtle holographic texture on it, as long as you do a really good job with your wax forms. So yes, you can get infinite detail in bronze, theoretically. Just from what I did with them, but yeah. Also good to avoid welding burn. Yeah, cute transparent visor. We could make it purple. We can design it up to be nice and cyberpunk-y. Have some like glowing lights on it or something. You could even add like hovering displays on it almost to make it feel really futuristic. But I think this might be my solution for this, is gonna be go for some kind of face shield. And then you can have like, I don't know, let me take like a blue color or something, but then have like, you know, here's my little like display thingamabob, and it's got like text, it's telling me things while I'm working. Yeah, can you just things like writing into bronze? Yeah, we would label some of our pieces sometimes with like signatures and you'd write them backwards on it and it would come through in the bronze. Bronze is a liquid when you pour it. So as long as you've made a good shell for it, as long as whatever you're pouring it into is well made and clean and all of those things, infinite detail theoretically. So like I would mark on mine my initials, or sometimes you'd mark notes about what piece something was on the inside of it if it was taken apart, or you'd mark where seams are and what things should touch and stuff like that. And it would come out clear as day. Liquid, high surface tension. It does, but that's sort of why the way you build your molds for it have a lot of vents and different things to mitigate it as best you can. The detail is nice. You can get infinite detail. One of these days, maybe I'll talk more about bronze casting. That's one of the ones that I miss. I haven't gotten a bronze cast in a while. Like slip casting. I mean, you can use similar molds as to slip casting. Similar kinds of things. And you do end up with like a ceramic shell also. I don't know. Every time I come zone out and come back, unexpected chem lesson. This isn't even really a chem lesson. That's me talking more so about weird miscellaneous art experience I have. In my undergrad, I took 3 years of bronze casting and worked on professional projects for our city, which was interesting. Don't need to like vacuum the molds. There's no air. You just vent it properly. No vacuuming needed. You heat it so that it's the same temperature as the bronze will be, and that prevents cracking and other problems with adhesion. And then you have a proper vent and spruing system in your mold that allows air to escape. You essentially form a vacuum using the vent system there is. So you're not doing it externally. Your sprue system, the vents, by shooting the air out, is sucking the bronze down into all the crevices and zones. We've gotten off topic here. But anyways, I think what we want from this fella, more detail. Just more detail in general. More detail, add more things to your silhouette. But I feel like what we added here, we've maintained the essence of your character, and we've just flavor blasted you just a little bit. You were a little symmetrical, a little maybe dull in the silhouette, unfortunately, but it doesn't take a lot to spruce those things up. It doesn't take a lot. For colors, I really didn't have any concerns. I do find myself just wanting maybe a little bit of a secondary color, which is why I made your microfiber cloth blue and some of the display aspects blue maybe. Maybe it would be better if I had made these little marks on your face also blue or something. That way you have a secondary color that's more limited in use. Maybe you have multiple colors in your eyes, so then you have a little bit of blue in your eye too. That helps us look to your face more readily. But yeah. Cybernetic limbs that look like human skin. Well, if working uses the plain metal limbs, avoid damaging the skin. That's true. If we're really in a cyberpunk world, who's to say that we couldn't just say, all right, well, we are strapping another limb to you, to your chest. Here's your straps to hold your limb on. And then you get like a third fully like cybernetic arm coming out of the back in order to help. This is not how an arm works. It's just like attached there. Because why not? You can do as much as you want. Wouldn't it be helpful if you had a third arm? There's even a specific object that we use in jewelry making and in bronze casting and sculpture called, I think it's called a third arm? Or just a separate arm? Second arm? What is it called? The funny little things that you can just like, it's just like a little pinchy clip. But then you could have like another bonus arm we could design things onto. There we go. E.g. secret talent, I can always draw a hand. Is it the best hand ever? No, but I can always draw a hand at the very least. Hand might be a little big. But then, you know, you could design this up. Let me put something behind it so that way you can see it over the other side thing here. But then just little handy helper. Why not? Design this up, put some fun little trim lines on it, the inverse of your trim lines, maybe even. Some funny little purple stuff. Random detailing. Yeah, handy dandy. This might be a little much. The way I have it posed is kind of excessive right now. But like, this could be another cool angle if you want to go in the inventor route. Make yourself a little more eccentric. This still feels sleek and refined. I don't know if I like these straps being light colored. Let's see, are they better dark? Definitely do strap it to you though. I want to see where it's attached. But there's some definite fun angles we can get to here. Must be an artist I saw who framed pieces of bronze with acid poured on them. Amazing hue. Ooh, using acid to patina your bronze? That's interesting. Victor Claw would slap here? What is a Victor Claw? V-I-K-T-O-R. Claw? Oh, Victor, Arcane Victor? He does have a funny little claw. Oh, it like mimics his arm. Interesting. Maybe. Something of that, potentially, yeah. Floating robot assistant. Yeah! There's a lot of things that we could add here to up the cyberpunk aesthetic, also add some interest, make it clear that you are an inventor. Don't add all of these things inherently, but we're giving you a broad array of things to potentially consider, right? Let me look at grading. So I think we've said a lot of things. So for color palette, other than doing a little bit of stuff to make your eyes a little bit clearer, your color palette works more or less the way it is. Silhouette, I think, unfortunately, is the weak spot here, where honestly I may even take it down to here. There's not really anything adding to your silhouette, and the simplified nature of your clothing isn't helping. There's no visual weight. We didn't do a ladder test. Let's do a ladder test, actually. Hang on. I'm interested to see what that results in. Let's see. What are our ladder test predictions? Oh, where's my line tool? Oh, there it is. My line tool's hiding. What? I do like the one side of the shirt being untucked at least. That adds a little bit of horizontal or diagonal movement. Sleeves. This, bottom of the collar. Got the neckline, the chin. The glasses are making it so that there's kind of two lines on the face. Come on. There we go. Hair, top of head. And maybe like the belt is in there too? Something like that. Thoughts on ladder? Thanks, Mars. AG, I have a question. What's your question? What's your question? And are you a fellow League player? The only one that said LOL instead of Arcane. I only said Arcane because that's all the things said when they popped up. Thank you for Dangerous Ladders. I would happen to agree with you. There's a little bit of similar spacing happening here, but I'm glad there are at least a decent number of asymmetrical points. So I think this is the only reason I'm not going to go any lower in the way that I've graded the silhouette here. You get some points for silhouette at least. Actually, I might even be able to give you a little bit more back for that even. For complexity versus clarity, you have a lot of clarity. We want more complexity. Unusual statement from us. And it doesn't take a ton, just more details that tell us what you do, because I think I'm gonna take more points off in concept. I can see there's a little bit of like a cyber tech angle, seem kind of refined. But I want more. You can do more with that concept. There's more interesting things that could be investigated here. And then for focal points, close. You're so close. We added a little bit more contrast to your eye. Just a little, not contrast, we added more saturation to your eye so that we'd look there more readily and not at the pocket on your shirt. But we were pretty close. You were pretty close there. But I also just liked your design. I tend to trend towards things that are more pared down. My bias is towards designs that are less visually overwhelming. So your design is a nice respite for me from the chaos, the visual overload that can often be VTuber models. So that was something that made it stand out. And I like the specificity of your facial tattoos. They are interesting. So definitely getting points there for me. Feather latte. When the bottom half of a VTuber is more detailed than the top, but the details can't be removed, what would you do with the top half, particularly the shirt, more so shirt area? So there's different ways to make things interesting that don't just rely on detail, where detail is one of our tools for adding interest in an area, but color can be a way we can add interest, or shape can be a way we can add interest. So if you're trying to think of ways to make a shirt outcompete super detailed legs, having the shirt be super, super specific in shape, super exaggerated maybe even, or an unusual type of shape could be helpful. Having the shirt use color in an interesting manner that is not used outside of the shirt, maybe, in the rest of the clothing or in the lower part of the design. Using the shirt as an area of rest and the face as an area of rest to make them more focal can also be options. I think those would be my general suggestions, at least, for that. What's our shirt area? I see. Yes, this is Selma's Rubik Chan. Sorry, my hand is sitting over it accidentally. But, what do we have here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? Good start. Whoops, spoiler. Yay! Can we get a round of applause? I see you're already doing it. Can I get a round of applause here for Justin? Yay! Don't clap with pen in your hand, Sand. It sounds weird. That sounded really weird. Weird clicking noise. Yeah, dozen. Okay. Who's next? Who's next? We have Hamta. Hamta is she, her. Hamta is, however, very OG fashion. Very OG fashion and vibe. This is Hamta. We do have the entire duality of statements made, which is one sentence, paragraphs. I have to check things off on my thing. We didn't have any body harnesses yet? Unusual. We're a little bit. It's nice plush fly easily. This is chibi. I'll give you chibi. I didn't steal limbs, I added limbs, which is funny. This fella does not have a lip fang. There was a monochromatic palette before. I did change the eye color a little bit. Oh, we've been raided. Hello. Shroomates, rotate at them. Potati raid. Hi, Kizunia. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Today, we are doing VTuber Design Critiques White Hair Edition. Mostly our trends we've noticed here today. White hair. White hair anime characters perish frequently. The VTubers, however, are surviving. Secondarily, a lot of lads have white hair. So those are our trends we've noticed. So this is Hamta. We just got to this fella. We are doing bingo of VTuber design conventions that we see. Hello, how's it going? It's good, how are you? How was your stream? I hope you had a good time. Whoa, that's a crazy emote situation. We can blink back at that. I can perceive you back. Meep wop. Has OT the Chadman, thank you for following. You can blink back. But how was your stream? Let me get shout out. I can't see it. There may have been one that went through, but I can't see it right now. I'll find out here. There we go. Kizu has white hair too. Oh, topical. Kizu has white hair. Oh, I see that. I see your icon now in the shout out. Just chatting in Undertale. What were y'all up to? What were you doing for stream? Hope you had a good time. If you and your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snork me meing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, I appreciate it. But I prefer you look after yourselves, primarily. As best you can. Let's see. Rauha, also thank you for following. Hamta, she, her, very OG fashion inspired here. Immediate disclaimer. I am not actually a VTuber, and I've never really designed anything before, but I did this concept a few months ago because I would honestly like to try VTubing in the future. Sorry if the picture provided isn't that great, it was just a rough illustration. Nah, this is great, this is a great illustration. Y'all gotta give yourselves more credit. We're having a debut subathon, day 10, was eating worms and durian today? What? Hang on, that's a sentence. Congrats on your debut, congrats on your subathon. Eating worms? Worms. For real? For real worms? Worms for real? Wild. Durian today. I like durian. I've had durian before. I like durian. I know it gets a bad rap because people think it's stinky. Some people have said it tastes like garbage, but I like it. I think it tastes good. It can be a little too sweet sometimes. You gotta eat it at the right time. You like dried? Yeah. Dried durian is good. I've had dried durian. Oh, dried worms. Wait, do you mean dried worms? Interesting. We were talking the other day about how I've eaten wolf spiders and also ants, but I'm a mushroom. That's to be expected of me. What are you? Are you expected to be eating these things? Dried worms. Oh, I see. Like rotten egg in attic. I think durian smells like a dumpster, but it tastes good, so it's worth it for me. Just leave the windows open. And also if it's not overripe, it doesn't smell as bad, so it's definitely something you can manage. But yeah, no, go take care of yourself after that kind of experience. Thank you for dropping your fellas off. Don't worry, I will take good care of them. I'll take good care of them. Wolf spiders are friends, not food. True, normally. Normally, under most circumstances, they are friends and not food. That's true. But every once in a while, I get hungry. I'll eat fish cracker. I'll eat fish cracker to satisfy my hunger. Finish tab. I like that you can see the gesture of me throwing the fish cracker in my mouth, because I don't eat them like a normal person half the time. I toss them like 3 inches into my mouth, because it feels sillier. More whimsy. Add whimsy to your life. Toss your food in your mouth. Don't just eat it. Don't like throw it up in the air and catch it. That's dangerous. You're gonna choke, but just like Wish you a fun stream. Keep going. You're doing good. See you. Thank you. I wish you a good recovery from your wine eating. Anyways, hamster. The theme I went for was hamster/magician vibes, with ribbon motifs for cuteness and also a pen nib motif because I like to draw and write. Character inspirations included things like hamsters, of course, Venti, Owl, Seal Phantom, Hive, oh I see, and magical girls. I wanted the character to be quite gender neutral, reflecting how I look in real life as well, but still soft and cute. Their eyes, which I'm particularly fond of, were inspired by the shiny, round blackness of hamster eyes. Oh my god, wait, now that you say that, I see that. I see it. Oh, that's so cute. I love their little, like, I don't like to say beady because that seems like it has a negative connotation, but I love their little, like, glassy eyes. Yeah, boba eye. Oh, that's so cute. Wait, I see what you're talking about with that. That's good. Yeah. But are they too dark for the design? No, they're good. They're good. Leave them. They're good. Also, to be honest, I'm not so sure about the big coat silhouette, but without the coat, the design looks empty. I'm still drawing clothes in general, cries. Another thing I'm not set on yet is the colors. I just initially chose my favorite colors, and the hair is based off Grey Dwarf Hamster. But I feel like this could be improved upon. The design suits me, but it feels like things are missing. I'd really appreciate feedback of any kind. Oh, noted. Noted. I will say, a hamster, for all intents and purposes, is probably a kind of tough animal for us to get, because initially when I looked at this, I was wondering if owl, because I've gotten so used to these like tiny little ear things being used in owl designs to be like little owl ear tufts. Didn't quickly see hamster. Okay, if you saw, did you guys see hamster quickly? I didn't get to it on my own very quickly. It took me a while, but it was in my guesses. Did you? Polling, we'll see. Saw rodent, not quickly. Did quickly. Hamsters don't have tails, which makes this kind of stuff. Or they do, but they're just like really short. Not quickly, okay. What are things about hamsters that would make us aware that this fella's a hamster more easily, or more quickly maybe? Because for me, I would love to see, I don't know if people would go for this, but I think it's so charming in real life when people have, I like that we call them bunny teeth now instead of the meaner thing people used to call them. But like if we had like, whoops, I drew this mouth totally off center. That's okay. This mouth is not placed correctly at all. Whoops. I can probably make it bigger and more exaggerated, but like having teeth that are slightly more like buck teeth like, or like bunny teeth, you know how they have the two bigger teeth? I feel like that could be just a nice little subtle nod to it. Round cheeks maybe. Oh yeah, rounded cheeks could be good. Where if like the silhouette, instead of being drawn like this, like had like much more pronounced like cheekbones or something. Although that might be a little uncanny. Hello? That might feel a little uncanny. Colors, browns and golds. Maybe. My pieces have a similar colored virtual pet before. Did any of you play the Pets games for like the Nintendo DS? Because whenever I see hamsters, I know the exact hamster that this is. Because, yeah, Pets, P-E-T-Z. Just what I said. Oh wait, did you say that, Selma? I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Pets, hamsters is the reason I know any hamster breed. I loved that one. I also still have it. So I know exactly what hamster this is that we're referencing because of that game. I did also have some Nintendogs also. And I had some of the cats ones too, which were interesting. Yeah. Iris should take up more of the eye. Maybe the iris could take up more of the eye. I feel like I don't want this to get too uncanny with the things that we are modifying about it though. Which I feel like it has the propensity to become. Whoops, hang on. Round cheeks. Maybe like more of a blush On the rounding of the cheeks? I don't know what I'm doing here. What I'm trying to do for the roundness of the cheeks, I don't know if it's working. But, yeah. I don't know the real life ones. Whisker markings on the cheeks? Maybe. I fear that having, like, instead of having the blush lines, we could have, like, whisker markings drawn on the cheeks. Get, like, a full white. But, like, that might be not clear enough. And if we put them, like, coming off the bottom end of the face or something like that, I'm wondering if we'd get the proper animal reference out of it? I don't know. Hamster head on the bow. Oh, wait, you're right! That is a hamster head on the bow! That is a hamster head on the bow. You're so right. There we go. I see what you're saying. I had like a hamster when I played a lot until the Yar-Har thing. Didn't realize was Yar-Haring couldn't play it anymore. Oh, whoops. Love that detail. Yeah, I do like that detail. I didn't notice it very quickly. I don't want to just stick more images of hamsters throughout this design, but I feel like maybe there's also opportunities here to have things that are referential to a hamster in it. Hear me out. I know the running wheels are not always safe and or healthy for them. I know this. Neither are the hamster balls. I know these things, logically. However, wouldn't it be funny if, like, we had some reference to one of those things in here somewhere? Where, like, you know, on the staff or something, maybe there's, like, a hamster wheel going, like, around it or something where we can, like, I don't know, get that reference or something, and then, you know, we can see off the back one here coming into, like, the center. But just, like, funny little things that can work as references. Chibi head is giving hamster, but not the other illustration. Yeah, you know, the ears are clearer to me in this one, which I think is helping with the hamster angle, fortunately, in a way where they're not as clear here, so I'm not picking it up as quick. Maybe that is a step in the right direction, but it is kind of tough. Move that over. Maybe that's just too silly. Nose be a bit more pronounced or pink, might feel more hamster-esque. That's true. That might also be true. I don't want to lean this person fully into, like, the, like, more furry territory, but having, like, just a little more pink on the nose. Actually, that does a lot for me. Just that little bit of subtle pink I put on the nose, I feel like is doing a lot in the right direction. I feel like I'm kind of getting the animal angle a little bit more now. And maybe it is just the ear shape here that is making it so that I'm not realizing hamster, perhaps. I think the ears just need to be a little more rounded. But, like, not by a ton. You know? Maybe? Like that? Unclear. Oh my gosh, the hamster wheel and the staff would be so funny. Imagine the model moving, the wheel could turn. Yeah! But I just want, like, funny little references to that. Or, like, how funny would it be if we're watching this VTuber and they are... Hang on, that's not a circle. But, like, they're streaming to us from inside their hamster ball and they are on the floor of, like, whatever room they're in their hamster ball. Hang on. I know hamster balls aren't good for hamsters. I know this. I have to say this repeatedly. So we all know that I know that they're not good. But, like, wouldn't it be really funny, maybe? Just having something like that. Yeah, hamster-powered stream. Yeah, they could be running the whole time, powering it. Sunflower seeds for the buttons. Yeah. Just, like, little things like that that are hints at maybe things hamsters eat or things that they like. If they have a water redeem where they need to get a drink, I swear to God, I better see one of the, like, these things. The drip water things. I feel like there could be a lot of angles to make it very silly. And that would help a lot, yeah. Just their little, like, drip water fountains. Or water bottles. So, these are my suggestions right now. Which is, drip water bottle, funny for your redeem. Definitely some sort of, like, sunflower seed motif somewhere maybe, but if you're inside the ball, I think that would be really funny. maybe, so like I see that you're using the pen nib as your cravat once again, but I don't know how clearly it's reading right now. I think it might be too small. But they were saying, okay, sunflower seed buttons, maybe I could see that working. Like, shape these into like more like seeds. What other things do hamsters eat? Rabbits are associated with carrots, even though all, I almost said crustaceans. Oh, my favorite crustacean, the hamster. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Oh, Ichi, it's Monday. My favorite crustacean, the hamster. Crumpled up paper towel, chewed up paper towel roll. Yeah, there's a lot of things it could be. And, you know, if these are sunflower seeds, dark on top and bottom, yeah, do bonk me for that. Can you shake some sense back into my noggin? No words. That's okay. You don't need to have words. That's what I'm here for. I will yap forever. I will continue to have words, even when I make you all speechless. Oh, so the angle that they said about feeling unsure about the cape, and then also, I saw somebody before say that they're not really getting the magician angle here as clearly. I feel like all we'd need to do to increase the magician angle and make the cape feel more integrated is just turn it into a capelet almost. Because right now, since it's only behind the body, wow! I didn't even know what that noise was. The pain was delayed. Ow! Ouch! Be nice. Don't wound your EG. I know I said something dumb, but you don't have to hurt me. But just bring this in front of the shoulders, maybe? So that it feels more like it's like the top of like a capelet or something, and have something. What else do magicians have? What do magicians use? You already have a cute hat. I like the hat already. Maybe we associate magicians with having a little bit more jewelry to them? Cards. Playing cards. That is true. That is a common association with them. Cucumbers are food for hamsters, apparently. A little cucumber. Little hamster coming out of the hat. Instead of having a bird come out of the hat or a rabbit. Maybe. Top hat, black and white wand. I wonder if we could restyle this wand just a little bit. You know how when they have the wand, it's like black in the center and then light on the tip? If we were to go like this and change it so that we get like a traditional magic staff on the inside of it, right? Question mark? Make the cape sparkle. That's true. Sparklies could also be a helpful addition here that goes along with sort of like the magical girl adjacent angle. Just do a couple little like... There we go. That feels a little bit more magical, and maybe, you know, we need them like down at the bottom here too. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's kind of nice. Just a little subtle sparkle, I think helps a lot. Sparkly short cape. Maybe. Sparkles are very magical. Potions, top hat. I don't think they're the kind of magician that's using potions inherently. But I think some of these things might be enough of hints for me that that's what's going on. Maybe also the cape needs like a trim of some sort that could be a little bit more ornate. Because I feel like what I associate with magicians is just like a little bit of ornateness, maybe? I don't even know what I'm doing here. That around or something, but then if this had like some sort of like trim to it, this could have like some sort of ornate detailing in some sort of color. I think I'm just turning this character more or less ever so subtly slightly into zany also. I feel like the capelet works very well for what we're trying to do, and maybe, you know, this can be asymmetrical where it's like more off one shoulder than the other. But then, you know, if we have little details of what do hamsters like? don't want to do like a sun or a moon or stars or anything, but like just funny little carrot, the wheel, creating them into like little sigils of some sort. What other things do hamsters like? We said cucumber. It looks like a bowling ball. That's okay, but just like funny little items treated in an ornate manner in here somehow. So I think ornateness is what we associate with magicians, maybe. My shorthand for make this interesting. Just random squiggles. So then I think that'll give maybe a little bit more of that kind of celestial angle. Let me put the trim on the bottom so it matches. There we go. So I think the reason why maybe this person wasn't sold on the cape so much is because the cape doesn't feel super specific. The cape could maybe use a little more specificity in order to work as well as it could. And like even like I'm adding more detail to it where I'm changing the shape of it a little bit here, making it clear that it's like meandering almost in its shape. There we go. But then I think that'll all feel better once we've made some of those changes. Giant hamster ball like Good Witch Bubble. Yeah, like Glenda. Oh, right, on the sketch the cape has a dip pen pattern on the bottom. Oh, it does! You're right, it does have the dip pen pattern on the bottom. I think that's good. I think that's a good... Oh, wait, hang on. Because I'm looking at this, these are sleeves. These aren't the bottom of the cape. Those are sleeves. Hang on, I've misunderstood. It's because they're the same length that I'm not seeing them that way. Those are sleeves. And then, yeah, having these shaped like the dip pen. That's nice, that's a good detail. And then it feels almost like crown-like, which adds a little bit of magic to it as well. There we go. Thank you for pointing that out. But I do think that does a lot to add a little bit of the ornateness that we need here. But I think we've made some of the changes that go in the right direction here for making it clear what's going on. Yeah, so those are sleeves. If you see over here, it's clearer. I think it's just because they're at the same height as the back is that we aren't reading them as being sleeves, but they are. There we go. That should hopefully make it a little clearer. And then I think the wand here, in this ref, the scaling of the wand works a little bit better. I feel like the wand is just a little bit too thin here, where it feels like I could just like snap it in half with my fingies. So I'm just gonna make it thicker. Whoopsie. Black. Because then also if the wand is really exaggerated and wide, it'll make the character by result feel much smaller just because of proportional difference. There we go. Make you feel a little smaller. Hi, Ren Money. Thank you for following. And the shoulder pad is a bow on the back, I think. Oh, is it? Is that what that was? Oh my gosh, you're right. Wait, that is what that is. So I think there's a clarity thing happening maybe a little bit for me. I honestly like turning it into a giant cape because then it makes sense that it's being held on. Right now, being a giant bow is good for the silhouette, but there's not really a way that this coat is staying on per se. It's just kind of floating behind, where it may be more interesting if it's directly attached. But then again, at the same time, maybe that bow can be behind the body and I'm just attaching like a separate cape on top. Maybe, and maybe because maybe the bow, where we can see it over the shoulder, is pink instead. So that way they're not the same item, maybe? You know? I don't know. We can have both. But, whichever. Oh, hang on. I've accidentally done that on layer, I shouldn't have. Whichever we decide to go with here, I think the bow could be fine. We just need the cape to feel more like a cape, maybe. I don't like this color, but that's okay. Anyways, okay, I think we figured out what we wanted to. The thoughts here outside of silhouette and just like clothing design and concept, for the silhouette, it is very symmetrical, almost entirely. I'm glad that the accessory gives us some asymmetry, but it is otherwise completely symmetrical. The big exaggerated shape of the cape, I do appreciate visually. Let me get a ladder in here. Purple ladder. Let's see. A lot of lines in the leg. Ooh, a lot of these things are terminating at the same spots, though. Let's see. One here. Like, a lot of the same heights are repeated. Let's see. Big eyes, we'll get 2 lines. Inside of the hairline, maybe gets part of a line. Top of the head, top of the hat. Oh, that scared me for some reason. Oh, observer Dendrea. Wait, hang on. Observer Andrea. That's a tongue twister of a name. Welcome in. Hello. I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, also an art educator. Today we are looking at white-haired VTuber designs. Congrats on your affiliate anniversary. Congrats. Welcome in. What were you guys doing to celebrate? I hope you had a good time with it. Thank you for rotating, Shroomates. Please rotate for the raiders. Kingdom Hearts! Were you playing Kingdom Hearts? You recently played Kingdom Hearts. We talked very briefly about Kingdom Hearts earlier. Thanks for the shout out. Of course! We talked very briefly Kingdom Hearts earlier. Axel's my favorite. We're talking about my propensity towards redheads. Time for EG to get off topic again. I hope you had a good time celebrating! Let me look here and say ladder, question mark. That was last time we played Slay the Princess. Oh, okay. I've heard about that game. I think Montas told me a little bit about Slay the Princess. I hope you had a good time with it. The game's kind of tonally dark, isn't it? From what I've heard. But I hope it was a good celebration game for you. If you and your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling and eating, please take care of yourselves. But if you guys are gonna hang out, I do appreciate it. It's so good, can't wait for the art book. I've heard that the art style for it is really nice. I've heard that the art is really good. It seems pretty cute. Despite the fact that it does have much darker theming than is apparent. But I'm glad you had fun. Very Dark Souls vibes. Oh, okay, really? Ah, that's intriguing. This ladder is dangerous despite the fact that it is completely symmetrical. So there will be some points retained by the fact of, oops, I don't like that. Just because of that. There's a visual mayhaps. Ah, Pink Spooter, thank you for following. There's a visuals perhaps. Ah, has such a good narrator. Narrator as in, like, the storytelling is from the narrator's perspective and is written well, or narrator as in the person who's doing the reading, like the voice acting is, maybe both. I wonder. But didn't realize I wasn't following. That's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Happens to all of us. Voiceovers? Ah, okay. I will say, I've learned something recently, which is that good voice acting can really make a game worthwhile. Can really make games worthwhile. And conversely, voice acting that is not done with the whole heart in it or with the proper budget to do so can hurt a little bit, unfortunately. Both the princess and the narrator, different voices. That's nice. That's cool. We love to hear it. I gotta focus. I just realized it's 4:30. This is the second one we're looking at. We are behind. I gotta kick into gear here. Whoopsie. Lock in EG. Yeah, there's Jubby getting home. I gotta lock in. Color palette. I had no trouble with the color palette. For silhouette, you are completely symmetrical, but your silhouette is at least exaggerated. For complexity versus clarity, you don't have too much detail. We were adding a little bit of detail to you, but you're fine as far as I can tell. For focal points, sadly, I think the pinks end up being pretty focal here. Where the face isn't as focal as it could be, adding a more exaggerated blush might be my solution to that. So that the pinks are drawn more into the face so they're less important in other places. You know me, I love an exaggerated blush. I have one. Let's see if I do this as a multiply. Yeah, because then that'll make the face really focal. It doesn't even maybe need to be that dark, but just more exaggeration on the blush, and I think we'll look you in the face immediately. So we're pretty close as far as focal points go. And then concept and motifs. Once again, I want a little bit more. I'm seeing the things you're saying with like the inspirations for the clothing. I love the big old beady hamster eyes. I think I just need a little more. You're close. You're close. We just need a few little hints and few little clues. Just a little more clues. But you are also so cute. You're so close. we just want a couple little additions and changes, but honestly, most of it is very minimal. I've been suggesting that. Oh, whoops, sorry, I didn't see. I know we were talking about making the cheeks bigger, but making the cheeks more pink, I think, is definitely helping us. But we've got a grade here. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5, 9.5 out of 10? Right? Hang on. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8.5, yeah, 9.5. Okay, yeah, 9.5 out of 10. I don't know why I was second guessing my math there for so long. I can count. I can do arithmetic. Yippee! Can we get a round of applause for Hamster? You're very cute. I love your big ol' hamster eyes. They're so good. I need... Do you know that the thing where it's hamster, but with reverb? And it's the really funny, like, 5mm lens photo of a hamster where it's just like the head is like a cone shape with the little eyeballs. Hamster. I need one of those here right now, but yay! Okay, I gotta put my pen down. I gotta stop doing that. Next! Arna! He, him. I haven't finished my lore because I actually worked on this between IRL works. Yes, I did try to do character art and background all by myself. That's why it's messy. So my character lore is actually that they got their souls accidentally fused, mixed like cookie batter, but their bodies remained, so I made 2 different characters for different uses. One for normal and maybe I can swear a lot, and one for safer work and comfy content. 2 characters, so they only sent me 1 character. And I can see that the behind them, the silhouette is of a different character, so I think maybe they just wanted me to critique this one? Unsure. There was only 1 submitted image. Tried my best to design my characters to look original. Really scared of being pointed at for like copying others, from copying any character, so I don't really know what to ask. Would like you just be honest and tell me some critique and suggestions for how/what do you think when you see my character? I'm bold. Giving your hair to your face while you draw? Thanks. I appreciate it. I love that you are presenting ripping my hair off my head as a kindness you've done to me. That's crazy, actually. You know, I don't mind it though. I don't mind it. Looks like an angel and a demon, maybe second design still in the works. Could have been. I was guessing based on the silhouette that the silhouette that we're seeing in the background is the second character with like more cat-like ears and a bow and boots. But I didn't have a way to access the second design, so we're just critiquing this one. I do like the miscellaneous mixture of like random ballet feeling elements. Like these do feel like ballet slippers, and then this pink bow tying around the back is very interesting to me. It's fun. I have recently become such a fan of having collars sit so asymmetrically. I feel like it is such a good opportunity for getting that asymmetry into your silhouette, where, like, that's all I ask. Is this the wrong color? What color is this? Yeah, that's really better. That's all I want. Just a little more asymmetry. Give it to me with the collar, maybe. Let me outline it so we can see it also, where it's on itself, because this art, for all intents and purposes, is unshaded. There we go. And then I'll just, like, cover that in fast, quick. But overall, I think this is a mostly good pared down design concept. I will say, I do maybe want a little bit more from your face so that you feel distinct. Because the jacket is distinct in and of itself. But I think, and the ballet shoe angle is interesting. The hair being partially tied back and a ribbon is interesting. But I feel like we might be missing something to make you yourself. With the clips and a taper, that's just not humanly possible. You don't know how long the hair in the taper is. My hair is pretty short and I can stick bobby pins through my hair. If your hair is enough that it's not transparent or translucent where you can't see the scalp through it, that should be enough hair you can stick a clip in it. I've had my hair like an inch or less long and stuck clips in the back of it. I think it's possible. I think so. Excuse me, but the jacket, amazing. I do like the jacket. I think the jacket for me, I want to see a little bit more like of the structure elements of it, where like, you know, sometimes you get like your clasp buttons, or how does the jacket close? Are there supposed to be buttons on here somewhere? I just want those sort of like realistic details in here, just a little bit. But I like all the patches. I like the commitment to not being afraid to have a fun little bow in the hair. But there's a bunch of things that I wish were just impacting the silhouette more. Like, you have onion, like me. You have onion hair, like me. Just like me, for real. But like, make it stand up more. Exaggerate the shape of it more, so that way we can tell that that's what's happening from a distance, because from a distance, I couldn't tell that your hair was tied up like this. And then similarly with the bow, break the edge of your silhouette with it, so that way it becomes more apparent the way that it's working. There. And then I'll stick my little line art thing on here. But just give me a little more exaggeration there, and I think we'll be golden. I think I've made these ribbons just maybe a little bit too thick accidentally. Much more. Give me just a little. Let's see, where's my favorite layer thing? I should probably make these actually like points and look like hair. There we go, it's a little more hair-like. But just exaggerate a little more. Grumbles in they rendered it like a short taper, not a short layered cut. It's not rendered though. It's just sort of sketched in right now. It'll be okay. We'll just note that. The seam lines of the jacket to give it shape. Yeah, like I always love seeing construction lines in clothing in drawings where you get some of like, I don't know, like just like the little bit of like where it was sewn, or sometimes, you know, you can see like, okay, like this collar is actually made out of 2 separate panels or something of fabric. I like getting to see that kind of stuff because it just adds a little bit of subtle detail and realism to something, where this is a design that wants to stay at least somewhat toned down. Yeah, top stitching. Yeah. Give me top stitching. I don't know where the top stitching goes here, but you can find out via a reference probably pretty easily and successfully. But just like those little details might be nice. Similarly, the shirt might need buttons too, so that it feels a little more specific. There we go. But it's just little stuff, just the little details for me I kind of want. And then similarly, you've got this big open like chest area. And I'm wondering if this is something where it might be interesting to have something that goes down into that area. Recently, I've seen this interesting jewelry that I don't know what to call, but is like, I guess it's kind of body jewelry, question mark? Like the stuff where it goes under the clothing? You know what I'm talking about? Where you'll have like some kind of thing under here that you're wearing like on your chest or something, which might be interesting. And because it seems already like there might be some sort of angel versus demon thing, and this can feel a little bit like a rib cage or something. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, like body chains, body jewelry. I just feel like this area is so open where it might be neat to have something here, but it probably doesn't want to be fully black if it's chains. It'll probably be like light colored, so that way it's not as super distracting. But I feel like there's an opportunity here to have like, I don't know, something interesting inside the clothing. The hair feels distinct enough to me. I wish the earrings weren't as symmetrical, maybe. Just give me like, I don't know, something to make the earrings asymmetrical. I love a little charm thing attached to the ear. Chandelier necklaces? Ooh, is that what it's called? I could see that being the name for it. That's neat. Hi, Haunted Butter. Didn't know there's a stream today? Well, now you do. I'm here every Monday. On Monday, Thursday, and Fridays. But yeah, so I think something like that might be interesting. These almost make me think of like glow bracelets, or like the, you know, the band bracelets from way back in the like 2016, you go to a metalcore concert and everybody wears those like rubber emo bracelets. That's kind of what those make me think of, which makes me wonder if that's what they're intended to be. Snap bracelets? No, not the snap bracelets. I'm thinking of like the, like, not gel, but like, they're like silicone-y almost? Silly bands? No. You would have like a bracelet, and it'd probably be maybe a little thicker than this, but you'd have your like bracelet, and then it would say on it like whatever your band's name was, where it'd be like, all right, BMTH or something. Poor memory. Not silly bands. I know what you mean, but not what it's called. They're not glow sticks. They're like rubber. What are they called? I gotta learn the words for a lot of things. Like the I Heart Boobies bracelets. Yes, those were the kind. Yes, those kinds of bracelets. I don't know what those are called, but I feel like that's almost what these are intending to be. And if they are, I do enjoy that, at least. And then I feel like the pants also could use maybe just like a belt or something. Just something to add a little bit of something interesting visually here. I have this one belt that I love. I love it. I love it existing. It's such a silly object to me. But it's a belt that is transparent and has those little like grommets on it. Do like a little like hanging belt of some sort. If I make it like a partially transparent layer, then it can be transparent. Because I don't think I want something super distracting here. I just want a little bit of something happening on the lower part of the body. So let's just try that. And then it can have like a real buckle or something on it. And then, you know, it gets like little like grommet hole things. And like maybe it's like hooked in on that side, but then it's like on top of the thing on the other side where it's not looped in all the way properly intentionally. Clear belts? Yeah, clear belts. I like them. But I feel like that could be something that might also be nice to have just in this part of the body. Just a little more detail. I like generally how pared down this is, but I am yearning for just maybe a little more from it. But honestly, that may be all I have here. The bow and the hair being red is also maybe a little bit odd to me. Maybe I should make it pink to match the other bows that are elsewhere. I feel like this is playing with androgyny in sort of an interesting manner that I don't want to mess up by making things too pink. But I feel like the red bow is just a little too attention-catching right now, which might be my fault. I might have made it too bright, maybe. I know you said this before, but your cheek puff is cute. Thank you. I'm glad you like my cheek puff. Are you talking about when or just the fact that my cheeks are really red? The texture of the jacket is nice. I will say, for the design not being rendered, it does feel well considered still because of things like just like that little hint of texture happening on the jacket. Where did I do the hair editing? Here. Let me just erase that out where it's behind it. But I think these are sort of steps in the right direction where all I really needed, maybe I just make it this color. All I really needed was for there to just be a little bit more detail maybe. So that's not bad. The earrings are adding a little bit, the halo adds a little bit. The jacket being chunkier adds some to it, does help. It is completely symmetrical, which is why I tilted your collar a little bit more, tilted a belt. Got the low glove. I still don't understand the fascination with the low glove, but it does work at least. What else do I have here? Is there anything else? As far as concept goes, I feel like I'm missing some important details that would help me understand the concept more clearly. I feel like I'm maybe not fully grasping it, where character lore is they got their souls fusioned with something else, and they're a combination of two people, which is interesting. I'm getting the duality from, I think we're looking at somebody who is a little bit more alternative in their style versus somebody who's a little more ballet inspired in style. Almost like in a Spider-Gwen collision of aesthetics. So maybe I am getting a little bit of that duality. I think for me, maybe it's just that the face needs something more. I don't know if you guys feel similarly. Where I enjoy the multicolored eyes. They do work to draw my attention into them. And there are some like specific freckles and stuff. I'm trying to think of what I might add to make the face feel more specific. Do you have any thoughts on this, fellas, roommates? Do you have any thoughts? Or maybe am I crazy? Am I overthinking that too much? Am I doing something that I don't have to do? Am I making more work for myself and I don't need to? These are all possibilities, perhaps. Maybe I'll let that be for now. Maybe I'll not worry about that for now. Let me start grading. So I think because we don't have a lot of things to do with the concept, I don't have a lot to modify. For color palette, I think things are fine. I don't really have any concerns with the color palette. It works for me. For focal point, the face also, despite the jacket being so detailed with all the patches and stuff on it, I do tend to look to the eyes pretty quickly, maybe as a moment of rest, so it is working mostly for me in that way. I think white or other hair color might be overdone in the VTuber space. I don't think so. I don't think there's any hair colors I've seen that are overdone inherently. There's a lot of people who have pink hair, a lot of people who have white hair, but as long as you're doing them in an interesting manner, I don't think it's overdone. If you are doing it exactly the same way some other person is intentionally, that's overdone, but I don't think so. Maybe something hinting to the other half, hard to say since there's a good amount going on already. That's true. And I don't really fully know what their other half is to even make those additions. I'm guessing the other half is the reason why we've got the hair bow and the more ballet-like shoes and the ribbon on the back of the jacket. So I don't know. Concept that their shadow is the shadow of the other character. Yeah, that could be interesting conceptually. Bit of eyeliner. Maybe. I'm gonna take like the blue color maybe and try it. Because then I can go like that and give just like a dark off-colored eyeliner maybe? I don't know. Just feels like the face needs a little more specificity to me in some manner. Or maybe, is this a thing where they do have under eye bags? Do I want those to be more purple? Do I want this person to look sleepier maybe? We can really make it look like they're going through it. And maybe that'll be enough for me. I just want something more. There's just something missing. There we go, suffer. Darker eye bags. Cheek puff, I think marshmallow puffy? What do you mean? I didn't have a cheek puff on him. I don't know what you mean. Almost like the concept that there's shadows, shadow of the character. Love how I have a theory. It gives this sort of illusion and trickery the mind we find a character who constantly fixes their gloves and looks attractive. Also, most of the time when characters take off their gloves halfway and the hands are like veiny, stopping placements where the veins are just peeking out. Ah, is that in a lore type of situation? Is that in a lore situation with the glove? I hadn't really considered that angle. Pushing the bow on the back to break silhouette would be nice. I think it's really cool, but no one's gonna see it where it is right now. That's true. We could have the bow tied, like almost like it's pretending to be like right behind here instead. Hello. There we go. Like the bow is just like right here instead of fully centered in the back. So then we're getting that hint over here and it adds to the silhouette as well. I like that suggestion. A little suffering for the blur bow. Yeah, just a little suffering for the blur bow as a treat. Just a little as a treat. Oh, bye, Soul Kingdom. Enjoy your dinner. Bit of eyeliner. Too perfect to add moles or freckles. I appreciate that there's some freckles. Neck freckles, some face freckles, bows. This bow I might need to change the color a little bit because it's kind of merging with the background right now, unfortunately. I don't have an outline on it, but I kind of get the idea at least. Maybe that'd be good for silhouette. I can put it on the other side if there's more space there too. Make the ribbon a sash instead of a belt. Could do that, but I don't know if... I feel like the way it's worked into the clothing currently keeps it kind of subdued. I think we're trying to balance sort of the masculine and feminine aspects of design here. And I fear we may tip things too far into the feminine area of it, depending on what we do with bows or not. Or I think this is kind of somewhere in between at the moment, so I don't know. We could. But I think, so as far as grading goes, for silhouette, I think you need a little more weight. We were adding a little bit to your silhouette, making your hair impact your silhouette, making that ribbon impact the silhouette, giving a little more asymmetry. I think those are all necessary. Not too bad though. We just want a little more. For complexity and clarity, I want just a little more detailing. Some things feel a little non-specific to me. The jacket is very specific, but the necklace isn't very specific. The shirt underneath isn't very specific. The pants aren't very specific. You don't have a lot of accessories. And I just want a little more from that area, maybe. Focal point, the face works pretty well. Concept of motifs, since I don't know if I'm fully grasping your concept, but I think you're going for a little bit of duality and things being mixed together. So I'm seeing the ballet plus more like punk-ish adjacent elements. And I'm seeing it. Maybe we could have a little more of that, but maybe that's just this stuff that I'm yearning for here. In another sense, it just shows that a character has long fingers or large hands. The majority of people like masculine characters who have large hands. Interesting. We're psychoanalyzing the little short, the short little tiny glove on the one hand. They were punk and in ballet. Na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na. Could I be any more obvious? Na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na. Does that go? I don't know how that song goes. You know the Avril Lavigne? He was a skater boy. I said, see you later, boy. Wasn't good enough for her. I think that's the bulk of my thoughts here. Just some little changes. Just some little changes. 2, 4, oh, and you were on the thumbnail. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10? Sure. Not honestly a lot to modify here. I think maybe it's just I'm not understanding everything fully, but I think there's a lot of good, interesting things happening. She was a punk, he did ballet. Can I be any more obvious? Can we get a round of applause here for Arna? Short glove analysis. Yeah, we are doing a lot of analysis here. Oh, Tart Cat, thank you for following. OMG, how to apply? We do have a submission form. These are all people who submitted a hot minute ago, however. But hello. I know you with white hair. Exclamation point critique is how you submit if you would like to. But we already have all the ones for today pooled, at the very least. Clapter, yes, you can laugh and clap at the same time. Laugh at me and clap for Arna. Those are your options. Wait, I've forsaken my bingo. The last one was kind of an idol. We don't have any body harnesses. I didn't scale up any accessories yet. We did have a one sentence concept thing earlier. I've done all of my layers properly without trouble also. Be proud of me. I have not had a single bad layer yet. Nothing over 10. Okay. I don't think I'm getting bingo today. I don't think I'm even gonna come close, unfortunately. No, it would have been perfect. Don't worry, we'll have another white-haired character design stream someday. Someday. Some way, somehow. There's a lot of them in the folder, so this isn't the end of them at least. This is just the start. Lies, you drew in the wrong layer on the hamster. Did I? Did I? I don't think I did. I don't remember that. I don't remember it. It wasn't real. What number range you at right now? We're starting to get, we're 400 now, I think, almost, about, roughly. I think we're up to like 450 that I have downloaded, question mark, maybe? Unclear. So we're like almost halfway through, which is a lot. It is a lot. Got the hoodwinked reference? Good. I was hoping someone would say something about it. That goat is so silly. 4 now today? Yeah, oh wait, as far as for today, this is our 4th, which the fact that it's almost 5 o'clock, EG time. Oh boy, EG time. EG, you got this. Snack time, thanks. I was locked out to start the stream. I have locked in, however. We just had a lot of suggestions to make on some of them. We had a lot of thoughts. This is KJ/Atlas. He, they. He, shite. My main concept is a snow wolf traveling all around the world. As you can tell at the moment, he's in more wintry clothes. My ideas regarding rigging is to make the compass follow the direction of where the eyes are looking. Oh, the neck compass. That's interesting. My questions, feel free to touch on other things not related to the questions. Is my silhouette memorable and recognizable? Want to hear outside opinions. Is my theme somewhat obvious or makes sense? Does my idea for a logo good? Is my idea for logo good? Good English, e.g. I'm reading and I can't even grammar properly. Do you think the design is too detailed? Do you think it would pass the plushie test? Tried drawing him in chibi form before, but I can't really tell. Do you think the design fits the type of content I want to make? Gaming, drawing, just chatting? Another design is slightly asymmetrical in a few places, mainly the legs. This is just a sketch, which is why it's also kind of rough in some spots. All good. So, general thoughts. General thoughts here. I love the exaggeration of your big old bulky sleeves. I like your vest and your hair being so exaggerated. Big giant wolf ears are also neat. So for silhouette, you're getting points from that. Also, good stance. For some reason, I love VTuber designs where their like default stance is they're like fully like stanced up. Yeah, cute art style. So I am a big fan of the giant chunky sleeves, big jacket, and the hair. You've got good visual weight as a result of all of those things. I think I can see that you're a wolf pretty clearly without any trouble. The explorer aspect, the explorer angle is interesting because I think other than your compass, I don't know if I would have come to that maybe immediately. The A stance, yeah, A stance. Hoodwinked having flashbacks. Sorry to give you hoodwinked flashbacks today. Did I give you a flashback? Maybe. For someone who is a world traveler, pose 28, no, not pose 28, no. No. This is not arms behind the back, hips out, no. But for this, I am wondering what things we could add to make it clearer the traveling angle. See, we've got a little bit like notebook for detailing travels. We've got the little side pouch. I wonder if, like, what kind of traveler are you? Are you like an explorer in the sense that you're charting new territory? That's almost what the compass makes me think. Or are you a traveler as in somebody who is just like sightseeing the world? Because I think that's an important angle to have. Little adventure in the mountains. Yeah, like I could see them as like a backpacker, maybe in some way. The shorts are definitely interesting. Why would short wolf wear? Yeah, the cargo pants. The shorts are kind of funny to me for how bundled up the top half is, but the lower part, sight equals pins, keychains. This would be, I mean, layers are good for hiking, that's true. But I don't know if it makes sense for the cold with the shorts being the way they are. But maybe this is, have you ever seen people who like hike the Alps in the summertime where it's like still chilly, so they're still wearing like jackets and stuff, but they will be in shorts or like funny layers? Maybe that's what it's going for, perhaps? I don't know. I'm thinking. Just in like my immediate initial thoughts, if you're trying to go for like the explorer angle, it's kind of silly. But I want you to have a canteen, maybe? And I want you to have one of those, you know, like the portable doggy bowls? The ones that are like silicone and they flatten out, and then you can like pop them into the, like the dog bowl shape. This might be silly, but if you had something like a canteen and then had that funny little like silicone doggy bowl, that might be like a funny little reference for it. Here's your canteen, here's your strap that's holding it on. And if you are somebody who's being like an outdoorsman in that sense, if you're going hiking, a lot of the times, or like exploring, you're gonna wanna have like your emergency supplies on you. You gotta have your matches, you gotta have your tarp, or like other things of that nature. So I wonder if this is just something where like a backpack might make sense. Granted, we'd only probably see the straps of it from the front. But I feel like that might be a good opportunity. And like, you know, maybe your backpack has one of those like mounted flashlights on the strap of it here. So then you're always at the ready to be able to see what you're doing. It's attached to you. I'm thinking about like, you know, if we're exploring in the Arctic or somewhere cold right now, maybe you need like your ski goggles or your sunglasses. Because the thing I don't know if people talk about this often enough, but hiking somewhere with snow or just being somewhere where there's snow is so ungodly bright. The sun reflects so bad and you can go blind as a result of it. So I'm wondering if like some sort of like goggle on your head might be nice for that. Like give it like little straps or something. But I think the thing for me is just this design feels like it's lacking in accessories. I want you to accessorize. The basis is all here and the basis is very nice. but I want more accessory. What about Arctic goggles? Yeah, I kind of gave like snowboarding goggles. I don't know, is there a specific, what do Arctic goggles look like? Or are you talking about when people use like the bone, where they cut the little slits in them so they can see through? Because that is another, is that what you're talking about? I've seen those before. That might be something, snow goggles. Maybe? But that might be something to be careful about when it comes to like appropriation from people who are the ones who initially made them. Similar. Okay. Arctic goggles. When I search Arctic goggles, it's all like the Inuit goggles, which are like the piece of bone that had the slits cut in them, which could be interesting, but that was something to be careful about still. I don't know how open to sharing that is, but ski goggles or something of that sort is probably always an approachable option, or just sunglasses in general. Also, a parrot in the mountains. Snow wolf for some reason gives me mountains, maybe at least crow. Yeah, wait, that is a good question. The parrot. I mean, maybe the parrot is a hint at the full worldliness of the travels. So maybe it'd be interesting if we had more things that are hints that this person has been to places that aren't as cold. I'm trying to think of what else that might be, where the parrot is hinting we've been somewhere tropical. What other tropical hints could there be? The fact that the sleeves are almost reading like a poncho, with the way they have these little like tassels at the bottom end of them, might work. But yeah, that is interesting. What clothing could we use that would be more associated with somewhere else in the world so we can get like more worldliness out of the travels? Unsure. But that could be a good thought to think of. My brain is kind of empty for some reason on that. Maybe this fella also doesn't get cold because they're a wolf. That's why their knees are out. Hang on, so let's go through what the questions were. Select memorable and recognizable. I would say you have a pretty good silhouette. Big exaggerated ears, the parrot on one shoulder does add something. Oh, seashell jewelry. Yeah, that might be funny to have. Just to give like a little like tonal thing where we can tell you've been somewhere else. Oh, where would I even put that? Seashell necklace, seashell anklet. Like people wear at the beach. Or like braided cord kind of necklaces like are also associated with the beach. Not clothes, my brain went to slight sunburn. Could do a little bit of sunburn, that could be funny. Sash with collected pins on it like they buy them from every airport souvenir shop or something. That could be interesting as well. We could stick them on the bag too, maybe. Where like if you have little stuff that's like, I'm just gonna pick random colors, like here's a globe. We'll give you like an aviation pin of some sort. Here's your pilot V that you got from something. What things are there? Like, you know, we went and saw the pyramids. Whoops, hang on, that's really light of a color. We went and saw the pyramids, so now we've got pyramids on your pins. What other things could you have gone to see? How about a waterfall? Waterfall! Just some kind of miscellaneous, like, silly stuff. Braid some seashells into a part of his hair. Maybe. I don't know. Seashells on the belt, like a chain. These are good ideas. We could also have an illustration on the front of this journal that makes it click. Wait, hang on. What if instead of this being a notebook, this is the passport? I don't know what passports look like everywhere in the world, but is it the EU that has the red passports? Who has red passports? Yeah, oh, is it no, wait. Is it US red passport? What? I didn't know that. Who has red passports in the US? That's interesting. But maybe instead of this being a notebook, this could be a passport where it has like that like shield crest or whatever on it. And the writing on top and bottom. I wish there was a pop of color. Yeah, mayhaps. I thought the US was like dark black or blue. US is navy blue, but when I Google red passport, where the British passports come up, which are like a maroon color, it seems like. But the first results are US, oh, they're for marshals. US marshals get to have maroon ones. Yeah, British maroon. US passports are blue. Well, maybe this fella's British. But it would maybe be nice to have some other colors going on here. Not to EGify this, but Orange is your goggles that I put on your head. Navy, maybe we navy blue your passport so that it is a US. Oh wait, hang on, I drew that on the same layer. Oh, there you go. If we didn't have our wrong EG layer before, we sure do now. Now we get it, at least. Orange. And then blue. Let me move that below there. Blue for the passport, maybe. I don't know. Just something so there's a little more variety. I think Japan has the red passports. Do they? We're learning today, it appears. Let's see. Hair could maybe even have like more of like a blue undertone to it. There we go, to make it feel like really nice and frosty cold. Maybe that tapers out so it isn't all the way throughout the hair. But yeah, a nice little hint of color. Somewhere might be good. Ooh, frosty. Wait, look at that. Cold, chilly. I thought they had navy. I don't think we actually know what color passport anyone has. Shouldn't it be blue like the UN flag, so not a specific country? Great question, no clue. If you've learned anything, I don't know anything about passports right now. I wonder if there could maybe be like a pattern aspect put onto this jacket as well that could hint at like a specific area of the world where it's like, okay, this is a poncho that he got in his travels to like Central America or something. And then is being, you know, worn again to double his warmth somewhere else in the world. But I don't know, just little hints of things of where you've gone in your travels, where you're going, having been more worldly might be nice. But I do still want you to have the funny little silicone like dog bowl thing with your canteen maybe. I just wanted something across the body. And then if we add like more funny little like keychain type things, that could be good. Belt. What else? If you're trying to be in the outdoors and being a survivalist, carrying a knife on you is always important. It's something I've found. I think a flashlight mounted would be good. But I feel like would be good to look at like Arctic explorers in some way for this design maybe. Is the theme obvious or makes sense? The rope. Oh yeah, rope might be good. There's a bit in something where someone is given all the options. Oh wait, that's from, oh my gosh, what is that? Joby and I watched a movie where it's these two Irish Catholic brothers who are, what is that called? They're like getting justice and vengeance, and they go into an armory at some point where they can, I think it's an IRA armory, where they can, there's like all these like crazy guns and stuff, and the one like seeing all of that picks out rope. Yeah, a coil of rope and knife and something else. He like picks something funny, but yeah, like a coil of rope might be good and practical. There's a whole number of things that could be. Yeah, Boondock Saints. Yes, that's the one. Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't think of the name. It completely eluded me. That was an interesting movie. Want to be like a whistle or a bell? Oh yeah, I have this little funny orange whistle that maybe it could be worn around the waist or something, but I have a funny little orange whistle for if you get lost in the woods. It makes this horrible, horrible ear-piercing screech where it's like, the whistle is shaped like this, and then like on the bottom you can see there's like a little like opening in it where the air goes out, and I don't know how it makes such a scary, I think it's got like little cutouts here and here or something, but it makes such a terrifying noise. That might be a good thing to have somewhere where that works as like a zipper call maybe. Yeah, whistle or bell. Yeah, whistle might be good for that then. Willem Dafoe's amazing. Willem Dafoe does do a good job in that movie. I do forget yeah, there's an interesting angle for him in that movie, isn't there, huh? But whistle. Okay. I'm trying to think of what else. Because like I can be a pretty outdoorsy person. I have a survival pack that goes outside with me. It's got the tinfoil blanket so you don't die in the cold. It's got matches in it, but these are all things that sit inside of a container in some way. Full on thought you were drawing a block of cheese. No, this is what the whistle looks like that I have. Which maybe to people who are hikers or outdoors people, this looks familiar, and it could be like an insider type of thing to know what it is. But maybe this is something that's too uncommon and too specific. I don't know. People were also suggesting changing the parrot, but the parrot seems like a very distinct choice, so I don't know if I want to change the parrot. You think we would pass the plushie test? Oh, easily. No trouble with passing the plushie test here. You need more in your design and not less, so therefore you plushify maybe just slightly too easily. Do you think the design fits the type of content I want to make? Gaming, drawing, and just chatting. That is always the question, isn't it? That's always the question, isn't it? So that's a hard thing to answer because most of VTubers are like, I'm a god and I have come down to Earth to be a gamer. It's like, okay, visually nothing about you relates to gaming or whatever it is that you're doing, but you are streaming doing it anyway. So I feel like, honestly, in some way, that doesn't matter so much nowadays, where I feel like you can look at me and think that maybe I'm an artist. I have dressed in a way that makes me look kind of like an artist. But for the most of us in VTubing, the general assumption is if you are VTubing, you are doing one of those things at least. So I don't think people would have trouble determining that. I don't think we absolutely need to sell exactly what it is that you're doing in your design. And I feel like if we did, that might be overdone. I don't know. Like it might be too direct. There's too many designs that are just is gamer or is artist maybe. It's more interesting when we take broader professions in. But yeah, somebody said good for geoguessing. If you bring the angle of your character's concept into what you do on stream, that might be the best way of doing it. Where if you play games that are about exploration, like open world survival games, or, you know, things like maybe like No Man's Sky or something of that sort, where it's like games that are about exploration that lean into your character's supposed interests in the lore, then that might be all you need as a connection, maybe. Called out. Not calling you out. Casual and sweater and overalls do feel less like gamer to me personally. I mean, I'm not a gamer, so good that I don't look like one, maybe, but yeah. Also, climbing games that could work. Yeah, climbing games. What if I gave like a, you know, like the classic Legend of Zelda, you know, the like funny little hook thing, like the, I don't know if this is a thing that's actually used in real life under any circumstances, but you know the the hook. I've not drawn it in perspective correctly at all, but the hook? Grappling hook? Is that what it is? Where you like can like throw it over things? Grappling hook might be good. I'm just thinking about like miscellaneous things. Would Minecraft work well? Yeah, Minecraft could also work potentially. Yeah. Hook shot? Yeah, hook shot also. But just tools for existing outside out there. I wonder, maybe I'm pushing you too far into like a climber persona, but wearing, you already almost have a harness on, but wearing like a rock climbing harness and then having like a big carabiner or something, I feel like I tend to associate rock climbers and those kinds of people with carabiners. You know what I mean? So like that could be an interesting angle, is having carabiners somewhere. I don't know. Just adding more things. I think maybe traveler is not specific enough, and that's why we're having trouble. What kind of traveler are you? Are you a sightseer or are you an explorer? Are you an outdoors person who is going hiking, or are you rock climbing? Like what are you doing more specifically in the lore? Because I think that it's just too broad for me right now, where I'm not really sure what direction to take you in because I don't know what your intent is. Does that count as a harness for bingo? You know, yeah, I'll give it to you because I also get it. I'll give you harness because I need harness on my bingo. I haven't scaled up any accessories yet, which is surprising though. But overall, I think we want a little more color. We want more accessories that relate to what you're doing in your profession or your character's lore interests. But otherwise, it's mostly working for me. Let me come here. Weep. For color, was it Amber who said earlier? It might have been Amber who said we wanted a little more color. Or was it Hodgepodge? I can't remember. I think I saw a mod thing and then needs a little more color. I agree with that. I'm not sure where I would add the more color right now. It was not you. Oh, who was it? I'm implicating you in things you've not done. Maybe it was Hodgepodge then. I think I saw the mod emote with it. I can't remember. Color palette, I think I want a little more color. Just a little. It feels a little washed out to me right now. just want a little more color. Oh, it was hodgepodge, there we go. Nice. There you go, good investigation. I can't scroll back that far. My overlay doesn't let me scroll back very far. So thank you for investigating. Color the sleeves, please. Oh, we could color the sleeves real quick. What color do you want me to color the sleeves? You're saying color the sleeves. What color do you want the sleeves to be? Like, is that enough? Or do you want... This is too dark. Something else. 'Twas I. There you are. Fair suggestion, though. Right now I'm just making them dark, but I'll change them. Oh, I should do this underneath wherever I have the... There we go. There we go. And then, it doesn't have to be that dark, but like, maybe just like, something like that for the sleeves? And the sleeves maybe get a little bit of pattern on them? Perhaps? Maybe? Do wish there was a pop of color. Yeah. Add some light blue, gives it more of that snowy wolf feel. That's true. More of the blue. And maybe I could even make it so that it's tapering down the arm. Where's my airbrush? There we go. So it's like lighter at the top and then darker at the bottom, maybe? Oh wow, I didn't actually even add that much. There we go. And then where was this? Something like that, maybe? A little bit of subtle weight happening as a result of that. I don't know if I'm sold on the shorts, the color of the shorts either. Maybe we need more modifications to the color than I'm thinking right off the bat. For silhouette, your silhouette is fine. You are completely symmetrical other than the slight change, ooh, hiccup, in your legs, and I like to see a little more asymmetry, but we made some good suggestions towards that. For complexity and clarity, I want more. You feel a little under-designed to me right now. I enjoy the specificity of vest and sort of like poncho with big long sleeves and the shorts, but we want more accessories, more detailing, do some fashion research mayhaps. See what travelers and explorers are wearing and maybe incorporate more of that in. I want you to accessorize. For focal points, your face is, for all intents and purposes, quite focal to me. It was, I kind of made it less so with all the funny business I was doing because I wasn't really focusing on how dark or light or bright or subdued things were. But the face was relatively focal for me before. Maybe my only concern for you is still the classic, you have light hair and light skin. I probably just need a drop shadow underneath your hair to make it clearer that that's what's going on. Make that separation a little clearer for me. But the eyes being dark does work kind of well. I think I accidentally did a lot of distracting from it. I think without all the changes I made, the face was actually more focal for me. Actually, I'm gonna take that back. I'm only looking at your shorts right now. I'm only looking at your shorts. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh no. Hang on. Let's see. Is there anything I can do just quickly to make the hair more focal, or the head? If I make the underside of your hair much more red, let's see if that helps first off. Hang on, I thought we were getting close to being done here, but maybe not. Maybe I lied. More red under the hair, maybe that helps some. Or maybe we just commit to having a different eye color that isn't anywhere else. Blue isn't super bright. Green? But just something. Is it the big bold lines in the shorts? It's not just that. I think it's the fact that the shorts are the darkest thing in the image also. There's nothing as dark as the shorts are here otherwise. Where like, if we had repeated this color somewhere else, like maybe at the base of the ears, and the ears are brown but then they taper or something, like, it's just because that brown really only appears there that it becomes really important visually, and it becomes really distracting visually. So like if the ears were brown, and then still had maybe their red tapers on it, that'll make the shorts less important. But then at the same time, maybe the shorts just need to be a little bit lighter. Maybe they're too dark right now in that way. Snow goggles you added, drag the focus up to the head. Oh, that's true. I forgot about the snow goggles. Let me bring some of the things I did back. I don't know if all of them are right, but like, that helps. That adds some contrast. Let me erase the ears where they're on top of them. Okay, so goggles are good. Goggles can stay. That's a little bit of shading we needed. That, I think, was making it worse, unfortunately. I don't even know what half of these layers are doing right now. Keep that off, maybe. I don't know what this is. Angie, what were you doing? Yeah, I think that makes the head a little bit more focal now. Having more of the red, darker ears, and the gold, I think are all steps in the right direction. What is this color layer? Where is this color layer? What is it? Go away. But for focal point, I actually can't give you those points. I thought I was going to. Cannot. Actually, I might even need to make it lower because it is just the shorts entirely for me, pretty much. The face isn't really standing much of a chance, unfortunately. Mused at Snow Wolf as Tropical Parrot as Fred. Yeah, we were saying that. I think that it's supposed to be related to the traveling angle, maybe. I'm hoping, at least. For concept, I think visually the wolf angle is very clear, but unfortunately the traveler angle isn't as clear. We get these sort of Arctic, that you're somewhere snowy and cold part of it, but I think there could be a little more clarity on that concept. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Wait, hang on. This doesn't seem right. Have I been unnecessarily harsh here? I might have been. 1, 2, 3, 4.5, 5 out of 10. Maybe that is what it is. I think this design needs to cook maybe for a little bit longer is kind of what we're getting to. It's really cool, but I think you just need to cook a little bit longer on it. Just iterate a little bit more. This feels like iteration 3. We need iteration 5 mayhaps. But you're getting there. You got this. I like your shapes though. Yippee! Can we get a round of applause for KJ? Shroomates? Round of applause, please. Put my pen down before I clap myself, but there we go. Make the orange that the goggle wear? Who put the where on the where side of the where what? What is that from? I don't remember what that's from. It's from something. Let's see. Who's next? Oh, hi, Hoshi. Don't worry, you're never late. You arrive when you intend to. Unfried rice. You can tell how long ago I downloaded this one based on the font, can't you? Anything that I do that is in that like rounded font, which is Ubuntu, my font that all my overlays and stuff are in, you can tell it's old because I use my Squiiji's whiteboard font now. I use the font that I made now for doing all of these. So this is another one that I think is probably like low 100 area in the downloads that got lost in a folder somewhere. 8:00 raid. I will say I'm like weirdly really hungry for it being 5:20 p.m. But this is unfried rice. She, they. Rice is an ex-magical girl who's forever stuck in her magical girl uniform. So now rice buns and rice hair grows from her head. The design is a bit too basic. Is there any way I could spice it up, or is it okay as is? So let me tell you, first things first, right off the bat, I love your hair silhouette. Cute. And I can see the rice angle very clearly because of the onigiri. You're telling me to unfried this rice? Yes, I am. That is what I'm telling you. That is true. I love the hair silhouette, first up. It's good. The little like pigtail braids with the onigiri buns is very cute. We're getting the onigiri aspect very clearly using the pocket on your sort of like sweatshirt to be the little seaweed wrapper. Clever. That's smart. It works. So I'm getting conceptually half the things I think I need to. But I don't see the part where you're stuck in your magical girl form visually from this. I feel like in order for that to read, we might want to exaggerate some of your bows a little bit more. Because I feel like part of the angle of being a magical girl is that the outfit you wear is the magical girl form to some degree, right? Where it changes your clothing and you only get one of them and they only change via like magic things. Are you just stuck in the same outfit forever, I guess is the question. I don't know. Make the hoodie baggy. Yeah, so the thoughts for me are, yes, I do agree that the design feels maybe just a little bit basic, but I can tell you very succinctly why it is. And I think it's because there's no color undertones. I think you're too grayscale everywhere. where we could be making some elements be more blue undertone, more gold undertone, more purple, more teal, things like that. And that can go a long ways for adding interest where we don't want to overcomplicate the design, right? Need those boots to be thigh-high lace-up boots? Yeah, like what if, you know, if we're looking for areas where we can have overlap. I know you all are aware of the knee-high, you know the knee-high Converse? You know those ones? I feel like that's what this needs. Give me like knee-high Converse that are like the platform ones, because then that'll feel sort of halfway between like an idol or magical girl-esque boot, but also casual the way the rest of this feels. And then similarly, so here, let me just do that first. Oh my gosh, I can tell how old this is by the fact also that I didn't save a version of this without the text on it. Everything's merged into one layer accidentally. Oh, we've been raided! Shroomates! Rotate at them! Rotate at them! Hi, Duke! I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. And today we are looking at white-haired VTuber design. We're doing critiques of them, rather. We are on our 5th of the evening. I'm slow. I'm a little slow today. But we're chill. It's a good Monday. Well, welcome in. What were you up to? Also, thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. Let's see. Can I snoop? What were you doing? Recently streamed Schedule. What is Schedule? Is that a game? Chatting Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Interesting. Duke Maid Raid. Oh, Dragon Maid Raid. Okay, I see. Big fan. Oh, thank you. I'm honored. I'm honored. What are you guys up to? I had a pretty good stream though. Is Schedule 1 that game people were telling me about last week where it's like the Breaking Bad simulator one? I feel like I recall hearing that. Oh no, we went right into an ad. Why does that happen? Yeah, I think that it might be what it is. I may have remembered. Yep, okay. I see. If that's what you were playing, I hope you had fun though. That's wild that that is a game that exists. That is actually crazy to me. So I'm giving this design knee-high Converses right now. This is Unfried Rice, who is a magical girl who is stuck in her magical girl form. And I'm also going to give her, in classic like Converse fashion, a colored tongue for them. Let me tell you, my sister had the knee-high Converse. She even had custom knee-high Converse. Let me tell you, she got them for Christmas. And I think she wore them twice, ever. My sister went through a very intense goth phase that wasn't very long, and she had her goth phase before most people. My sister was goth as like a 4th grader, and she was all the way through the goth phase by the time she hit middle school. It was quick, she speed ran it. And it was because our aunt, who my sister and I both idolized, was, for all intents and purposes, very goth. She was a cyber goth, to be more specific, half the time. But honestly, she used a lot of the different, visual styles for goth fashion. But as a result, because my aunt, who we loved and adored and we thought was so cool, had the knee-high Converse, my sister had the knee-high Converse. But what I'm also doing is giving them like a more exaggerated, like big, like lace almost. That way it almost feels like a magical girl bow as well. And then since they are like mimicking the Converse, we're gonna do like the toe thing that Converse have, where it's like this. And they're not really Converse, they're pretending to be Converse. Like an orange color or something to be, you know, they have like the thing that goes around the side like that. And they'll have like the decal on the side that's a star, like up here, but maybe we put like an onigiri symbol in it or something. But that way we're sort of straddling the line between these elements that are a little bit more like tomboy-ish even, or just more relaxed maybe. And some of the magical girl aesthetic things. And I may have to drop a multiply layer on this, but it's not too much that I've done that modification. Goth speedrun, yeah, really was a goth speedrun. We're testing out a demo for a cleaning game. Then Hello Kitty Island for the stream. Oh, okay. Dang, I want to play Hello Kitty Island. I don't own that game, and I've always kind of wanted to. It seems like it'd be so fun. I'd love Hello Kitty. But I hope you had a good time. Also going further, the dress shape, less like form-fitting and more triangular baby doll. Maybe. This is, I guess, a sweater dress, but it's really, really short. So my initial thought with it was just to make it like baggier, almost around the hips, so it's not as form-fitting, and then we're also exaggerating like the onigiri silhouette. Is it onigiri or onigiri? I think it's onigiri, right? I can't remember. But just exaggerating this more and giving it some shape might be nice. Long O sound? Okay, onigiri. Thank you. I hope we've noticed the thing, which is that my pronunciation skills of everything are terrible at best, and that goes for the languages I speak as well. Like opal? Oh, is an onigiri? Ah, I see. Looks like a jelly donut. Haha, I see. I know the joke you're making. But that does relate to one of the things I was going to suggest, which is that correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't pickled plums a popular thing people put in onigiri? Maybe? Right? And I feel like adding a secondary color to this palette might be nice. And then pickled plums are also kind of purple, right? And we could get a nice complementary palette. Maybe they're kind of reddish more so than purple. I don't know, yeah, they can be kind of red to purple, but what I was thinking is, you know, maybe we can see them inside of these. I feel like they're like kind of like a warm purpley red. See your pickled plum inside of them in here. And then now we have an excuse to add another color to the palette that can show up in other places too. Hence why Dubs call jelly donuts. Pickled plum could, to some viewers, look like a jelly. Umeboshi. Furikake too, little flakes. What is that? Is that little flakes of like seaweed you're talking about? Or are we talking like sesame seeds? Ritz basket plum on your back reference? Maybe a little bit, yeah. Honestly, that might be what I know that from, maybe. That might be what it was. Pickled plum chunky jewelry? Yeah, okay, so hang on. I've got a couple things I was doing here, which is that I wanted to turn this, where we've got the bow on the chest existing, into a much bigger, more like magical girl befitting tie. I just want to exaggerate it a good bit more. Because as is right now, it's so little, and I can't even see, there is a little onigiri charm on it, but I think that the quantity of things that are just directly onigiris in this design right now might be redundant. So this might be a good place if we want to stick a charm here. Maybe this is where the plum goes. You put a little like plum motif here, stick a little leaf on it or something so we can tell that that's what it is, or color it in a more specific manner so we can tell it's a plum that you're wearing, but then having sort of something as like a secondary might be nice. Boy, love your work and your YouTube videos. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. Hi there. She's like, rice, why not have a little flask of rice wine, either as a necklace or accessory? That's true. That could be a good idea. I was also wondering if she is literally rice, I wonder if we could do like a stitching pattern on some of these dark elements then too, for them, so that way like it almost references like little individual pieces of rice on the clothing elements, you know what I mean? Just trying to think of small ways we can add hints in here, potentially. Still don't know if I'm fully sold on the shoe. I think the shoe is too much right now. Maybe just a little. Add chopsticks. Now, I was thinking about chopsticks in the hair, maybe as like something that's in one of the buns, as being maybe something that could be cute. Or like, what? In some way, right? Probably a little bit too thick for that, but like, just adding more little things that are references. Make the hoodie like looks like it's knitted, so it's a rice texture. Oh, you're so smart. You're so, wait, that's so smart too. If this looked like it was crocheted, oh man, I don't even know how to draw that, because I know people do like cable knit stuff, they kind of do it like this. I've never had to draw something knit before in an anime kind of style, but like, you know. But things like that could honestly go a long ways towards making it feel like that. I'm gonna get rid of that though. The way I've drawn that looks kind of creepy and strange. But that would be a good note to make, is a dark color. Knit hoodie! Chopsticks, dual swords. Onigiri are hand foods though. Not all of rice is hand foods though. I don't think she has to just be, or they have to just be only onigiri. They're made of rice. So it could be in relation. Cute shrimp tempura tail sticking out one of the hair braids. There are shrimp tempura onigiri that pokes out the top of rice ball. Oh, okay, that could be an interesting angle. Rice plant in the hair instead of chopstick. It's yellow, so it could match her eyes. What do rice plants look like? Rice plants yellow? Oh, they look like a grain. That could potentially be an option, though, having the plant in the hair instead. Weapon or staff for the chopsticks, maybe. These are all potential angles. What magical girl frills, dress, skirt, gloves, anything? I feel like this is intending to not be one of the more frilly magical girl types of designs. The distinct lack of frills, I would imagine, was being done intentionally. But maybe we do just need something of a suggestion of it, where even for me, I wonder if this trim was just working like a, you know, where we can see that it's like a skirt or something, where you get sort of that sailor style skirt. Like, I wonder if even just that would be enough for me. And then let me line it so that you can see what it's doing. Like this. And that might be enough of just like a little subtle hint, potentially, maybe, you know? Unclear. But I think this is trying to not be too frilly. She's an ex-magical girl. Imagine she changed some of her frillier design elements. Yeah. But a subtle hint like that might still be nice, perhaps. I will say, it does look really weird with only one shoe, also. Let me duplicate the shoe. I don't know why I didn't. I should have just done it when I was working on it earlier. There we go. And then I'm gonna do my also EG special. I'm gonna do a gradient. There we go, okay. That should be everything, yep, okay. Multiply, let me inverse that. And then give me like a blue tone maybe or something. Just because right now the legs are distracting me a little bit too much. Oop, I might need something like warm, actually. There we go. Makes the legs a little bit less distracting. Just to push them back a little bit. But I think all this design really needed is just a little bit more detailing. Shoes throwing me off, not gonna lie. I was wearing one low top shoe with one knee-high shoe. I would go crazy. That's why I fixed it. That's why I fixed it. They weren't both meant to be. They were meant to be matching. I just didn't get around to drawing the second one for some reason. I was being lazy. Don't get me for it. Exaggerate the hood. The hood is reading as hair on the shoulders to me. Bit of a visual issue. That is true. I think, and that's where we're getting sort of like the color undertone struggle too, where the hood could be more exaggerated like this so that it comes down onto the shoulders. Like this maybe? And then I might also be inclined to want to change the undertone of something. So right now, there's really no tone variation throughout the whole design, where I feel like, you know, maybe these dark things become a lot more blue or a little bit more like purpley in the undertone. Let me see if I can do this in a way I like without going overboard. But like, I'm gonna turn this down. This is too much, but just like something subtle like this. And they don't even have to be the same color undertone all the way down, where like, let me just color all of these, and then I might put like a gradient on top of it that makes it go from blue to more purple or something. Like that, and then if I lock it and go more blue on like the bottom part of it. And then for the white areas, we do just need drop shadows behind the head, and that might just be enough to make it so that we can make out the fact that there's depth here and that these aren't the same object. Let's see. Like that helps a little bit, but then for the hair and other areas, like we were saying, maybe like a gold undertone for some parts. I think of what I would want to do for the hair. color. I have a harder time, I don't know if you guys have noticed this. As far as color palettes go, I have a harder time working in color palettes that are way more on the warm end of the spectrum than on the cool end of the spectrum. And I don't know why that is. I've just never been a fan. And I'll turn this down because this is definitely way too strong right now. But I do still like it in some way, where maybe we can also have the reference of brown rice also? I don't know. Something, because I do actually like the blonde a lot. Omu rice hair! Wait, Omu rice hair. Wait, maybe. I actually like this blonde a lot right now. I feel like that's very cute. Where it doesn't have to be as strong as I had it, but just like a subtle blonde to the hair tone is kind of cute. And then I feel like something that could have been done for some of the hair accessories might have been like sesame seeds or like little things like that. I don't think we need the repetition of the onigiri quite as much. It's a little on the nose having so many of it, but yeah, it's okay. Top of the sock a bit frilly as well. Another thing, if I didn't think this was rice, I might get panda. Ah, that's true. I could also see panda here. Now her skin looks yellow though. That's true. In comparison, the skin does look yellow, so we could just modify the undertone of the skin to be a little bit warmer so that that's not happening. See, the skin tone was kind of warm undertone, or yellow undertone already. Hang on. Let me put all of this in and then I'll fix it so that it's not as strong. You can play around, see if we get a good undertone. And maybe the hair, the blonde could be even like a cooler color, but I think that helps with the skin just a little bit. Maybe we just need like a blush or something. White hair episode makes the design blonde. Sorry. I could even like turn it down like that, maybe? Make it like really, really subtle? But you're right, it is a white hair episode. People who have white hair probably intentionally have white hair and probably wouldn't want me to change their hair color, huh? The other thing that I am feeling is that I don't know if the eye color works. I say this because I've been there. I have been someone who had pale skin, white hair, and gold eyes, and it just doesn't work visually by having enough contrast, unfortunately, a lot of the time. So I almost wonder if this is an opportunity where you could go the route of having really like dark hair, or yeah, like red umeboshi eyes, where I might just try making your eyes the same color as some of the other things are. Because I think that does make your eyes a lot more focal. Speaking of omu rice, maybe making the hood yellow. Shape's kind of reminiscing of omu rice. Maybe it could. We tend to have a lot of fun the moment we start being able to put food in things. And Squiiji, oh, you put an 8 in my name? What is that for? I don't have numbers in me. Sorry to break it to you, but you're being immortalized in the Squiiji name misspellings. I have a whole Google document that is just my name misspellings. And you now have to be in there as well. Where do I even have that? Is it in here? Yeah, here it is. Current Squiiji name misspellings include SWUJJI, SQUWUGI, SQUIGGI. Now we have Squiiji with an 8 in it. EGG. With too many J's. There's a lot. Fan of white hair and gold eyes. I don't like it anymore personally. It's just blonde girl in weird outfit. I mean, I guess that's true. It is blonde girl in weird outfit. I just fear, unfortunately, that with the way it is right now, I need a color undertone for the hair. If it's not blonde, it's not blonde, what could it be then? We're not going for the gold undertone. I'll make it stronger so we can just see it. Oh no, correction, color, hue. We can slide through our values to see if... The blue honestly isn't bad, but I don't know if that gives the right color, but it just needs something so that it's not the same as the clothing. There's pink colors, I don't know if those make sense. Rice, I feel like would still have like a warm undertone, so maybe something like red in the undertone could be good too. Where are my reds on this scale right now? Hello? And then make it very subtle. Like brown rice is the influence instead. White and gold eyes or white and red. Maybe the eyes just need like a touch more orange in them too. And that's all it is for me, so that way I just get more contrast out of them. Where like if some of this shading area was more orange, it's just a contrast thing. Brown undertone for like soy sauce stained rice, adding brown gradient, maybe brown tips to make it look like it got in soy sauce. Okay, maybe we do try that. Let's see, get a nice like warm, rich brown. Not too saturated though. I'm just gonna color it over it right now, and then I'll make it less intense, and I'll gradate it out a little bit and see if that works. Hang on, let me just do that for now. Like that. I think that is kind of cute. Grilled onigiri does exist and they're slightly browned. Okay, would do shadows in the hair and a lighter green that matches the undertones of the green seaweed. That could be an option. I could see that. Tips. I do like the brown tips though, surprisingly. See, what we're determining here is that there are a lot of different ways to do something like this. There's the easy way and there's the non-easy way. The easy way is I tend to do kind of funny business sometimes. I'm not very serious about designs all the time. Oops, let's speak of hairbrush. But I do like the brown tips because I do think that sets them off from the body a little bit more clearly. I fear that this still might be leading us too far into panda. It is okay. It's literally Squiiji. My name can be whatever I want. Booey, hello. Hello, Squiiji. Yep. What's the second channel name? It's just, I think it's just second Squiiji, right? If you just Google me, I think both of them will come up, theoretically. But if you do exclamation point YouTube, that should also bring it up. I believe. There we go. Put that in there. Love eating them. Okay, so the brown tips I am kind of favorable towards. Maybe having done that, maybe I don't even need my color modification as much as I thought I might have. I don't know. Stand by chunky jewelry. Chunky jewelry might be nice. I don't know. I don't want to overcomplicate things too far here because for all intents and purposes, the silhouette is pretty good, if maybe just a bit too symmetrical, but it is pretty good otherwise, especially from the hair. The colors we do need more interest from, which is why we were modifying them by adding a little bit more variation. I do think I need to bring the layer back that I used to make the skin tone a little warmer though. Skin was a little bit strangely cool in the undertone. Maybe we need a little bit of blush too in the face. Why am I looking up there? I'm looking at OBS to do my color picking. Why am I doing that? Let me just see if adding this, I'll blur it out. Not everybody needs their blush to look the same way that I make my blush, which is really hard edged. Turn it down a little bit. Or like that might be kind of cute. Maybe just a little bit. Pink cheeks, yeah. Who's Squiiji? Never heard of them. It's Squiggy. Yeah, we've never heard of Squiiji. We've never heard of Squiggly. Squiggly who? Squeegee? The Eege? The Squeege? Wallow Squeegee? Who? I don't know what we're talking about anyway. Make things in the hair look like bow shapes, doesn't look like ears, and then you get more bows. That could also be true. I wonder if we could shape or just make the onigiri instead of being like that. Make it so that, hello? Drawing? They're like this, where they're like, that was almost a weird, nope. Make it so rearrange my language there. Make it so that the tips of them are touching. Like that. Might be interesting for a bow, but right now they're reading as buns, but that might get us further away from reading as being a panda, potentially. ZG, the evil counterpart. Squiiji. Umeboshi in the middle, yeah! Put the pickled plum right in the center? Hang on, that might be good. We could even like angle it a little bit more so that for the silhouette of the head, like they would kind of still like stand up like this. You know what I mean? And that might be honestly a pretty good potential replacement for the current buns. Who's on this layer? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Today is the EG of like 500 layers. There we go. Move this. I feel like this might compete for space too much though. There's already so much happening up here on the head that this might end up just competing a little bit too much. I might have to fold it a little more. Hang on. Woo. Folds your ribbon. I apologize. Fix the umeboshi in the middle. Hang on. Like that, maybe? And then could put the outline back on it. That was really smart. The idea of doing that. That was really smart. Yeah, very marketable with how unique they are. Thank you. Thank you, Haunted Butter. That was a good suggestion. That could be very cute. Let me erase it back so it doesn't feel like it's in front of the hair. But that might be a really good idea. Very marketable. Squiiji, my favorite VTuber. Yeah, they should make, you know the Luigi board? Luigi board or whatever. There should be one of those of me. Good observation. Who is this? Squeegily and Greg's channel? What? Huh? What? The Squeegee board? Squeegee board or whatever? I don't know what we're saying. Apros of nothing. This character... Oh, wait, hang on. Nothing. This character has a very similar palette to you. Oh, they do. Oh, they do. We could go more green in the undertone, because I guess this is meant to be seaweed, and I did go blue with it. Maybe it should have been green instead. Hang on. Let's try that. Let's try green instead. Let's just full commit to being squeegee adjacent. Wah, squeege board, squojo board. Yeah, these are pretty good. These are good. These are good squeegee adjacent names that I can have. Squeegee board or whatever. Always love that the YouTube poll always has 5 win every time. They're kind of onto something though. With the fact that it is 550 and this is the 5th one. I think YouTube's onto something. Ask for character critiques beyond the veil. Shroomates, would you summon me on a Ouija board if I died to ask me questions about character design? Would you summon me from beyond the veil? If Squeegee got lost? If I had a white hair character death? Absolutely. Thanks. Need ladder opinions. Yeah, you'll call me from beyond the veil and be like, EG, I bought a new ladder. Is this up to specifications properly? Mushrooms can't die. That's true. You can't kill me in a way that matters. We've been over this. Morbid, but yeah. I'm not actually being morbid. You know I can't die. It's not possible. I'm a mushroom. I'll live forever. I will take over the world, and I will remember all of you when I do, and I will think fondly back on this moment and spare you and your ancestors, perhaps, if you're still around. Probably your ancestors. But I'm working on it. The state of the world right now, it's getting easier than ever for me to, you know, launch my full-scale takeover. I've already taken over the whole state of Colorado. I don't live in Colorado, but I have taken over the state of Colorado. Be warned. But let me try changing this color undertone here. Like, maybe like a nice green. I'll probably have to turn it down. It's probably gonna be too much the way it is right now. And then I will shift it. Just like subtle green, and then go for like blue in the lower part. I feel like that might actually be better and more on brand for this design, potentially. To have it be more green undertone. Yeah, tri-state area. The tri-state area! Will one of you be the Perry the Platypus to my, Dr. Doofenshmirtz? Actually, I think Jubby should be the Perry the Platypus to my Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Because they're like implied to have like gone on dates and stuff sometimes randomly. Like the implications are interesting. Of Dr. Doof and Perry the Platypus. I will take over the tri-state area though. Mushrooms can't die, that's right. Touch of the weirdest water ad I've ever seen? What? I don't know what you're talking about. What contrasting colors do I use for the— Ooh, Squeegee! What contrasting colors do I use for this design? Yeah, you've been trapped by social conventions. When they're on that like train when they're eating together. Does this make Gary norm? It kind of does. Gary is my norm. He's my little son who is doing his best, but is kind of struggling to do so sometimes. Gary is my norm. You're so right. Oh my god, that's fantastic, actually. And who eats weird things? Yes! This is true. Okay, we're building into the lore. I have to give Joby a Joby hat. Joby has to have a hat, that way they can put it on and I can say, oh, Joby is of the dark room. I can say, Joby? Oh, Joby is of the dark room between the two of them. It's all coming together. It's all coming together now. There we go. Okay, so generally, the things I'm thinking here, I might actually switch the color of those things I put on the shoes. The tongue. I might actually switch to being this purple color. So I feel like the gold right now is just a little bit too much and a little too distracting. And if we want the eyes to be more focal, it might help if they are the only thing that is that color. So let me just try, whoops, hang on, slicks everything. Let me just try that real quick and see if that helps with the eyes being focal, but I think we've made some decent suggestions here so far. Me. Ooh, hiccup. Orpal. Hang on, yeah, I think Orpal might be the way. That might be too much Orpal. Just make them more like brownish so they're not as intense. That might be the way to do it. The Squiiji Ouija board, this outfit too symmetrical. Oh, Squiiji of the Ouija, what is your wisdom? Didn't make Jovi a name tag with the fullest of titles. They have a lot of titles now, I think, don't they? Jovi's of the Dark Room, Master of Brain Rots, Wielder of Chairs, Instructor of War Machines, Seeker of Old Documents, Extoller of the Ungovernable Felines. What? I don't even know what half the references you're making there about my own partner are. What is Wielder of Chairs? What did Jovi do with a chair? Squiiji of the Ouija is really good. If I do like a scary design for Halloween next year, maybe I could be Squiiji of the Ouija. Dove over the movie Talk to Me with Squeegee critiques? I don't know that movie. I am not familiar. The Laddernator. Yeah, this is my latest invention, the Laddernator. The Laddernator. Hang on, I think what I want then is to have a little more gold maybe somewhere else in this design, but I think it's all coming together here. Is it weird to Joby that we call them Joby too? I don't think so. I don't think Joby minds. I don't think that bugs Joby, surprisingly. The job, I had to get used to calling Joby in public Joby instead of by their name because it's really weird for me to call Joby by their first name. And Joby is funny enough that it works as a nickname also. One day a chair was being moved from one room to another. Brief interruption of stream because doggone chair in the air. Oh my gosh, wait, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that was when I was streaming with Omantas. Joby had to come get their chair so they could play War Thunder. And yes, Joby does also make model tanks, yeah. Okay, that makes sense, you're right. I forgot about that, that's so funny. Deep cut, you guys have better memory than I do, which is crazy. Should you make the shoelaces gold? Maybe I could, maybe we just make the aglets gold? Maybe just the aglets need to be gold. Weep, whap, weep, whap. And then for the one on the shirt. Weep, whap. You know what I do like? That I don't know how this is generally received, but I've seen this as like one of those like endearing things where somebody has a piece of rice stuck on their face from eating or something. And I wonder if it is indeed an endearing thing, I wonder if that would also just be like a cute little like thing to do for this design, which could be really annoying to the character as like a character lore thing of, oh, I'm trapped in my magical girl form. And everybody always constantly is like, you have rice on your face, you've got something on your face. And she's like, I know I have something on my face. I know that there is something on my face. Yeah, like in Reverse Beauty Mark, yeah. I know I have a piece of rice on my face. I can't get it off, it's attached to me. It's part of the magical girl outfit. But like, I feel like that might just be like something silly that could be like an annoyance point from the lore. Rice could be fangs. Oh, rice could be fangs too, also. These are potential options. But I think, for me, we've done a decent bit of jazzing up here as far as what may need to be done. Rice stuck on face, yeah, part of the outfit's magic, yeah. Yeah. The only other thing for me, I think, is, if we're considering, like, arcs, I think this skirt needs to be arced. It is kind of straight across right now. Let's see if I can... It's gonna lag like hell, because I don't know what layers I'm supposed to be editing right now. But, like... The art teacher in me is like, please have arcs, please have an arc. There we go. So it looks like it's going around the body. There we go. I just want to try to pull it off for them, getting like yanked by that part of your face. Stop, stop, it's attached, ow. Someone pulls it off, another piece of rice magically appears in the exact same spot. Yeah. Or like, yeah, they take it off, and then within like 30 seconds, a piece of rice like falls from the hair and just is stuck there forever. Infinite creation glitch, yeah. Oh, that's so funny. I feel like that would be a very good angle for some comedy. But I think this is the bulk of things I had to critique for this design. I do want to speedrun one final design, if you would be so willing. Just because it's another one that is so low in the numbers. All of these ones today, honestly, were. Everything here, I think, was in the 200 range and was stranded in some folder where it didn't get used. And then I was like, oh, we've got a similar trend here. We can make these all white hair, perhaps. But I do want to speedrun one more if I can. Just one more, real fast, quick, potentially if I can. But let me grade this one first, real fast, quick. So, color palette. We want more color undertones, we want more variety. Pretty please, pretty please. For silhouette, your hair is fantastic. Hair is fantastic. I want that level of detailing in the rest of your body a little bit more though. For complexity versus clarity, we wanted just a little more detail, I think is what we came to. Where we didn't add a ton. We were sprucing some things up in your hair and then exaggerating some things. You're so close. For focal point, for me, as it was, the focal point was your legs. I think we did manage to help bring the face to be more focal by adding some more detail to your eyes a little bit, adding the blush, adding the hair tapering colors, and making better clarity between the back of your hair and your hood. I still fear that the legs might be a little bit too focal, so I might take some points off for that. But then concept and motifs, I pick up what you're putting down. I want a little more cleverness maybe. You've shown me that you can be clever with having the pocket of the sweatshirt be the little like piece of seaweed, but I want more of that. Add more angles to the rice thing because I think the way it is was maybe just a tad redundant, but I will give you points for the cleverness of it. Yeah. So I think this is my grade here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. This sounds about right. Yippee! Design overall is very cute. Yeah, it's very cute. It's very pared down, which I appreciate a lot too. I appreciate that it's not over-designed. I think that there is a certain amount of skill that comes from making a design that is interesting and well executed with as minimal design aspects as possible. I think the truest show of skill is how efficient you can be in your designing. So I always have to give props for that when I can. But can we get a round of applause here for unfried rice for them? Yay! What is your brain rot level? -10. I don't have any brain rot. I have none. I don't even know what the usual brain rot things are that happen. Jubby is the filler of the brain rot for me. Boo? No booing. No booing. Why are we booing? No booing. Perfection. Called over by a friend for... Hang on, what? Called over by a friend for an emergency and they're just out of food for dinner. She sits there for an hour as they harvest rice piece by piece from her face to fill a bowl. Oh my god, that is terrifying. That is terrifying. I do want to. We're just speedrun. We're gonna speedrun real quick because my thoughts for this design are very succinct. So therefore it's not too hard to do a speedrun. Let me just, however, first put you on a not white background. This fella is attached to the background, so I have to do this manually over the top. There we go. And then build inside the letters. This is Xanis, he, him. Xanis VT. Very quick. Grumble, grumble. No grumbling, no grumbling. Saw their gym photos on Twitter? What? Do you guys know this person? Is that what? Whose gym photos were you talking about? The inexperienced EG time? What? Grumble, grumble. No grumbling, no grumbling. We're looking at Xanis. No. Just curious about the positives and negatives about my design and your perspective. Would love to know some ideas maybe to add for a future 2.0 design. Xanis. Oh, okay. You immediately Googled this person and found their gym photos. That's crazy. My thoughts here for this design. I'm guessing that we're going for sort of like modern assassin, which I can see visually. I appreciate the big exaggerated shoes, but I think the shapes could maybe even use a little more exaggeration if I were to go like this. The toe feels weirdly flat to me right now. But these could feel more like almost like basketball type shoes if you made the toe just a little taller. They don't have to feel like boots, but taller in the toe. I appreciate your little like hip dangly things, but I do want your pants to have a little bit more exaggeration in the shape. I do appreciate though that you are still kind of giving us a little bit of the traditional ninja shape by having the baggier pants that are around the knee area. But give me more exaggeration. Same deal maybe with your sleeves. Your sleeves are really bunched up, but they don't feel like they're bunched up because they don't really get wider. They don't show me that mass. And then same deal like around your waist. I know you're trying to go for, you know, you're in good shape, but I promise we can still tell, even if we aren't cutting the hips in quite as tight. But same deal with kind of everything here is that I just want more exaggeration kind of everywhere in this design. It feels like it already has some of it. I just want a bit more. Hair's good though. Good exaggeration. Naruto feels a bit Mickey Mouse. It should be like this one is, where we can keep this line flat. That's my fault that it did that. I want them to feel more like basketball shoes than they do. Which maybe I'm not executing completely correctly. Squiiji, how do you acquire the models to grade? If you do exclamation point critique, that is the form that I pull all of them from. That is how I acquire them. I do like Xanus's design. Very cool. Is cool, yes. See what you're saying? Yeah, like I want them to be more basketball shoe. And I do also have Mickey Mouse feet. Yes, I do. I don't have feet, but I do have Mickey Mouse shoe. So, things that I think this design could benefit from are, I feel like the way that you've done the wrapping on the arms is, because it's completely symmetrical, feels a little bit funny to me. Where even if like we keep the same shape and both arms are still bandaged, I would at the very least like the bandaging and the texture of the bandaging to be asymmetrical. It just feels too unrealistic the way that it is right now, and I know that it's being done for functionality's sake, probably of whoever was doing the rigging or the art for Live 2D. But really, all you need to do, I feel like you could rig it exactly the same way, but just have these things be like, just like a little different. And that's kind of all it would take. To add a little bit more of like the life to it that I think it needs. Like something like that simple, where we've modified it a little bit so it feels a little bit more natural. Doesn't make the bandaged hands pop out more when they're by the pants, that's true. I could see a good claim for like a fingerless glove situation here maybe. Where you get the ones that also have like that cutout right here where they go across the wrist. I could see that. Let me just... See, can I bucket fill that? Yeah, I can. There we go. I could see that working out. I could see that making sense. Having some sort of like adornment on them too might be nice. But that does make the hands have a little bit better clarity against the pants. This chain could probably stick out off the body just a little bit more, so it adds to the silhouette more clearly. I don't know if you even need a chain in this kind of design, period. Same deal, like most of what I have to say here is just exaggeration. Like this belt, couldn't it hang down here? Couldn't it just be a lot bigger, right? Let me outline it so we can see it then. But just, there's a lot of details in here that I think are nice, but they're just not very big. And same deal, I think you just need a little more contrast in some areas too, where your hoodie has a lot of contrast, which works very well for making it clearly read that it has shape and depth and form, but your pants aren't nearly as high contrast, which is kind of odd. So I feel like the pants could use a little bit more contrast. Maybe like get drop shadows in under these things too. But I think your pants need a little more contrast because right now the contrast is making it so that the focal point for me is your chest instead of your face. This is another one of those circumstances where I fear that the gold eyes aren't as focal as they could be also. I'm gonna increase the shadows here. Whoops, why is that a multiply layer? I'm gonna increase your shadows around your face. And I wonder if I can make it cooler. Add black or something to the tips of the belt. That might be good, yeah. Let me see, just real quick. Whoop. And then you have sort of like those swirling type patterns, and then we can maybe replicate that on here somehow or something, and then, you know, have like a circle. But yeah, that might be nice. There we go. There we go. Just a little detailing. Yeah, we can see the edge a little bit clearer there now. But But I am wondering once again if this is one of those cases where I think this should have an alternate eye color, just because the gold is everywhere. The gold is all over the place. So the eyes, if they were just maybe like more orange, just like try, would make them a little bit more focal, because right now the face isn't super focal. And I feel like it's still also the skin tone. Isn't that what it is? Just all mycelium feet? Huh? Mine? Like E.G.'s shoes off just met with thousands of roots? Oh yeah, that is what it is. Yeah, that is what it is. There's nothing in my shoes. Go with green. Green might be nice. I was thinking teal might also be nice for an eye color. Here, whoops. Give you the classic blue-eyed stare, but green could also be nice. But I just want something as a contrasting color for the eyes so that we'll be drawn into the face more clearly. And then even if it's like just adding a little bit of like, you know, you're a ninja. We can associate ninjas with like certain kinds of maybe like face details, or like, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, like when people do the thing where they put like the, oops, hang on. These things under the eyes where they're kind of like red in color. I feel like might be neat, but I think your eyes just need a little bit more contrast around them. That we will look to your face a little bit faster, and eyebrows do tend to be darker than your hair is, so maybe the eyebrows just need to be a little bit darker. That's like a general trend that I see in humans, but also that works quite well in drawing, is just making your eyebrows a shade or two darker than your hair is. And similarly, I may just apply that darker color to the undercut area. Maybe it's too Vash, Trigun, Vash, Stampede E to do that, but I feel like it works well for contrast. There we go. So then we could be able to see your hair a little bit more clearly, and we'll get to your eyes maybe faster. Doesn't even have to be that dark. Like something like that, just so that your undercut is a little bit darker, might be nice. I've accidentally made it too close to the gray I used for the background, but I think that's taking us some steps in the right direction to getting your face more faux. Oh, bye, Amber! Gonna have to go for now so my computer doesn't overheat. Oh no! Good luck! I hope your computer gets good snark me. Take good care of your computer, please. But overall, I think the bulk of the things I had for this design were just give me a little more exaggeration in some of the shapes that are happening. Your belts don't both have to be the same length. They could be different lengths. I see they have text on them, but just more asymmetry, more contrast in some areas, more exaggeration are my general critiques. I didn't have a ton else to say because I think I'm getting your concept pretty clearly, which is more like modern ninja or modern assassin kind of thing. If you are going for like modern ninja or modern assassin, I've also seen recently, I saw this because of my work for Otakon, whoops, spoiler, it was a Kagami Len sketch where they had the sort of, I don't know what they're called, the little things across the bottom of the shoe that like sandals have. I don't know, what do you call them? The little like raised platform thingies. And it was really neat the way that they were kind of fusing an older aesthetic with some like newer fashion things. Yeah, like they have Geta? Is that how you say it? Geta? Geta? Yeah, like that. But I thought it was really neat seeing it on what was otherwise in the design very modern. So I wonder if that could be like a nice little nod as well, where already the pants being baggier around the knees feel like a nod in that direction. And I feel like that could be another just like simple little thing that could add to it, potentially. But just maybe a little bit of other clever angles like we brought in. For focal point, your chest is the focal point right now, unfortunately, because of the big sort of design element there being so high contrast and so detailed, where we could reduce a little detail and maybe also reduce just how bright it is. I might just airbrush over it so that it's not as high contrast against your shirt, where we can still clearly tell that it's gold, but it's not quite as stark. And like same thing like for maybe like out here on your sleeves and other things, where we can have it be super bright around the head. And then, oh my gosh, I might want it on the shoes too. but just because that level of saturation is just a little overwhelming where it was. But do you see how it's adding depth now and it's making the face more focal? You're close, but not quite there. Then for complexity versus clarity, I don't really have a ton of clarity issues outside of just needing maybe just a little bit more contrast in some areas, but I don't think you're over-designed or under-designed. For silhouette, your hair is decent for silhouette, your pants give some decent silhouette. I just want more exaggeration. And for color palette, maybe your hair is too low contrast, and I do want just like a hint of another color in the palette somewhere. If that is the eyes, if that is somewhere else, just want a little more. But this was the bulk of what I had to say here. I didn't have a ton to change for this one. Ton of suggestions for modification. So this is my final crit for the day. We've actually done the final crit. If you guys have any other thoughts or feelings or concerns or angles that you think might be useful here, do also let me know before I switch us out of this too quickly. But I will give grade for now. Let me do math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What has happened? I feel like I only give 7s now. Have I become too critical? I feel like I only give 7s nowadays. How many of today's were 7s? That's an 8 at least. 9.5, okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm 9, okay. Maybe I'm overthinking. Okay, this one was also 7. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know. I feel like I give a lot of 7s. But the categories are all probably different, so I don't know. Maybe the bandages on the arm could be a little bit brighter. Maybe. I will say, yeah, you know, I can't quite fully tell the difference between them and the skin. And maybe my the little glove solution here, I say mine, someone else suggested it. But the glove solution is helping us to know that it's not skin tone. But I can see there being maybe a little bit of trouble with discerning that. I think most people are 7 out of 10, good but not perfect. You know, that's true. I would say I'm not a 7 out of 10, but my previous EG was definitely at least a 7 out of 10, if not lower, potentially. Might be that there's one area really well done, the rest are kind of middle. That's probably true also. That's probably true. Most of us, I think, out in the world are 7 out of 10s, just as people. I think I'm a 7 out of 10. Well, that's why people ask for a crit. Okay, that's probably also true. Yeah, these are good points. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. Can we get a round of applause here for Xanis? Please. Round of applause. I can clap too. Good work. Mostly little things to modify here. Mostly little things. You're almost there. You're so close. Just a couple little things. Maybe also just a little more color variation in undertone. But just little things. Yeah. So, that was what I had prepared for you today. I did get 6 done. I did get 6 done. So YouTube, ha, you lost. And I promise I didn't speedrun a last one just for the sake of the gamba. It was because I just wanted to get to this one because this is also in like the 150-ish range. And I wanted to make sure I'm clearing out my backlog as best I could. We only added 15 minutes overtime, which I tend to do anyway. So I just wanted to make sure we got to it. Weird statement, but I don't think I'm widely attractive. I think I'm a great character design. See, wait, hang on. This is a good important thing you've said here. I know that's not even that weird of a statement because if you ask me, the best character designs are the ones that do not care about attractiveness. They're the ones that don't care for attractiveness. Attractiveness is a box that people put themselves in that is so narrow and is so much in the eye of a beholder that when you're trying to lean into that, you end up cutting yourself off and limiting yourself to only like one potential interpretation. Where if you just lean into the things that you think are fun or the fun little things that people will often describe as flaws, you can end up with designs that are so much more interesting. The best designs that you see in like cartoons and stuff are the super exaggerated animated ones where they're like, okay, this fella, he's got a big nose. Well, now he's got a really big nose. This fella's got a long chin, really long chin. Big forehead, just go for the crazy forehead. Like, play it up, lean into it so it feels intentional. And that's the best way of doing it. Yeah, being authentic is king. Yeah. Ohio Montes missed White Hair Day. That's okay, don't worry. Montes, are you in my form somewhere? I don't know if you can hear me right now. We're in an ad break. I haven't seen you if you are in the form yet. For White Hair Day, you fit the trend of lads who have white hair. There's a lot of you. How does this? It's interesting that this happens. Imagine if Squidward's design was original, attractive Squidward. Exactly. They don't need to be attractive. Honestly, I find attractive designs or designs that are meant to fit in the bubble of what is considered conventionally attractive. Often I find them a bit boring sometimes if they're leaning too hard into it. I like the funny little quirks. I like the things that make people themselves. I like me having my super exaggerated blush I have on my face because I turn into a tomato in life. That's a thing that I do. I like freckles, I like moles, I like when people have unusual teeth. I saw a 3D render of a character the other day where they had a gap in their teeth and I was like, yes, yes, gap tooth, give me the gap tooth, I love it. All of those things can be so endearing, yeah. Conventionally attractive is really commercially attractive. It is. And I don't think we need to do that. I don't think we need to. I mourn when I see, like I'll see, like my sister will like a K-pop star and then you'll be able to tell that they got some plastic surgery done and it will pry all of those nice little flaws away from them and it breaks my heart. I don't know why they do that. It makes me so sad. Some people find it attractive. It's what has a record of helping commercials, I guess, but I feel like there have to be at least some subsection of people who do find it attractive, who are attached to that idea of perfection, even if it just is like Hollywood who is attached to it, maybe. I don't know. Shout out to Jinx Arcane, never seen a character look so much like me and made so much happy. Yeah, characters that have flaws, especially visual flaws or personality flaws, are the ones that we tend to be able to relate to the most. So I can see a case being made for that, where I think as VTubers, we try and look too perfect sometimes. We gotta embrace the flaws more. We gotta embrace our flaws. We gotta just embrace being funny, silly little guys with exaggerated things and find ways to turn the things that maybe you don't feel so good about yourself in, but turn them into things you can love and are endearing through your character design, maybe. I have a big forehead. I've given EG forehead. As a way. I have a kind of long chin, but I won't give EG long chin because it doesn't make sense for a chibi. But I was like, you know what? Big forehead. I've been made fun of my whole life for having a big forehead. I have a 5 head. EG big forehead. EG have huge forehead for you to play tic-tac-toe on. It's a way that we can find love for things that we don't know how we feel about maybe otherwise. Yeah. But yeah, there we go. That was my statement. Why did we say that? Don't be afraid of imperfections. I tangented for some reason. I was wrapping up. I have a 3 head. Mini forehead. Itty bitty teeny tiny forehead. I have a big forehead. Everyone's like, you should have bangs for forehead. Low-key, I would love to shave my head. But yeah, I don't know if I have the right head shape for it. But yeah, so I think that's all I had for you today. We did Gamba. Did I win my... I think I really, in no way at all, got bingo. I didn't even come close to bingo. I don't even have 4 in a row anywhere for bingo. Did you guys see bingo? Did any of you get a bingo? I don't think I got even close. Closest I have is 3 out of 5. Not much. OrbEG real? I would love to be OrbEG, but my head is shaped like a triangular prism. My head comes to a point on the top of it because of an injury. I don't think it works. Eventually might include my glasses, missing unique pupils. Oh, see, yeah, 2 away from bingo? Yeah, I don't think anyone made bingo. Got like 3 squares. I know, I think I have, what, 5, 6, 7, 8, I have 9 squares filled in total, and they're all in different places. I think the lads don't lean into as many of the concepts that we have on here, which is why it works. But, yippee! Let's see, is there anything else I had for us? If you have not already participated and you would like to, we do have our extra credit going on right now, which is our Clown Miku design. I gotta continue working on my Clown Miku, which might be what I do on Friday when we have our Insanity stream. Speaking of, Friday, 2 p.m. EST, I believe 6 or 7 p.m. UTC? I can't remember which one it is now because of daylight savings, but I am going to be having like 19 things on screen at once. Not 19, like 4. Because I have all these time lapses that I've recorded of me doing 3D modeling or doing art, or even like recordings of me playing games and stuff that I'm gonna put in the background behind me while I do some storytelling. I just tell some Squiiji stories that we haven't gotten to tell yet, because I need to get the app out of my system, clearly. So Friday, if you're interested, we're doing that. Thursday, we're continuing Honkai Impact 3rd, and I think I've pulled all the characters successfully that I'm going to do for it. I'm prepping. I'm figuring it out. I'm finding things. I may need to make a call into the void tomorrow of a, help, Shroomates, I need screenshots of these characters, help me please. So I will shout into the void tomorrow if I am suffering trying to get all of my Honkai Impact 3rd fellas together. And yeah, also don't worry, The Miku challenge is not due until June. You have a whole, like, month, more than that, actually, still, to do it. We wanted to give you plenty of time, because this is a horrible time of year, not gonna lie. For a lot of us, this is spring cleaning, and or, like, for me, my whole family has birthdays right now. We're doing birthday speedrun. Also, people finishing their finals or finishing the school year, vacations are starting. It's a lot, so we wanted to make sure everyone would have enough time for their clown Mikuing. So we can clown around together. We'll have plenty of time to clown around together. I haven't finished my clown Miku. I gotta finish her still. She's not even nearly done. And I have 2 I'm making too, so it's a lot. 6 days for a contest. Ooh, what contest? I also, if you need reassurance of you guys not meeting your deadlines, I failed to meet a deadline. It wasn't a serious deadline, but I wanted to do Vil's Cozy OC challenge and draw myself as Against the Storm human using their like super grungy art style, and I got a third of the way into it, and then because I was sick last week, I didn't finish it. Procrastination won out, and it's not even procrastination because I was working on stuff I had to do, but I'm so sad. Peppered fan art contest. Winners get stickers and a coat. Oh, neat. I see. Yeah, the cozy game, yeah. I don't think anyone else would call Against the Storm cozy, but it's my relaxation game. Whenever I have time and can relax, that's what I play. That or like Slay the Spire, but I don't think those are like cozy games by any means. Slay the Spire might have been a good one too. Love Against the Storm, it feels like it's cozy. Among us, we're on the same page about things most of the time. I feel like we're on the same page with stuff like that. Somehow you do seem like the kind of person that would like Against the Storm. Not as much Slay the Spire. But it's turn-based, so you don't have to stress about it. I just can chill and do it at my own pace and respond to messages and listen to my music and do my planning. I love planning. I like games that feel like Task Simulator. Love Against the Storm, just like 1% too fast-paced for stream. Too fast-paced, really? I would worry that Against the Storm is like too slow-paced for stream. But maybe, it feels like it demands too much of my attention, is why I wouldn't play it on screen. So Yappy, oh, okay, yep, yep. I think I wouldn't be able to play it because it demands too much focus from me on stream. Despite the fact that I'm pretty good at it, I wouldn't be able to yap over it. Yeah, no, I see what you mean, I see what you mean. But that's why I haven't played any game on stream. I'm too yappy, I can't focus. It took me 8 or 9 hours to get through a 4-hour game, so. Streaming's a debuff. Yeah, it is. Lose like 3 difficulty levels when playing on stream. I know, I can play it at the highest difficulty level. I've beat runs at the highest difficulty level. Usually I don't play it that high. I play like somewhere in the middle rungs, but like on stream I'd probably play it on like the easiest. I'd be playing on like Settler or something. So that way I don't have to focus. I'll have to deal with super nightmare events and everyone leaving. But yeah, sorry, I'm yapping here at the end here. I need to go hang out with my Joby and eat dinner because I'm really hungry. I'm actually quite hungry. But I told you my plans for the rest of the week. I hope you'll all be back to hang out with me for the rest of this week. Yeah, thank you all as always for your good feedback and critiques for the designs we looked at today as well. Yeah, yap attack, the usual. Go eat. Yeah, scold me, go ahead. But YouTube Shroomates, thank you guys for hanging out. Shroom me later. I will see you guys Thursday. Bye. And then Twitch, let's